Illinois and other health insurance carriers. For months now, I have been telling you about purchasing health savings account PPO plans that will cost you approximately 40% less in monthly premiums than you're currently paying now. Well, the same thing applies to the teachers union. I can show the union that they can purchase a more comprehensive health insurance plan that is in full compliance with the Affordable Care Act and will cost the taxpayers up to 40% less in monthly health insurance premiums. For more information, you can call me at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
Great talent is the driving force behind your successful business. If you don't have the right people in key roles, then you have talent gaps. IMC Solutions identifies those gaps and delivers expertise in recruiting the right talent to fill them, leaving you free to succeed.
Hi, I'm Linda Nichols, founder of IMC Solutions. We're a niche recruiting and staffing firm that specializes in placing human resources and sales professionals. We've created programs that are just right for your small to medium-sized business because we know that you're looking for expertise, but are also looking at the bottom line expenses to your company. You can take advantage of recruiting services that big companies get, but you don't have to pay the big fees. Our programs and solutions are affordable and bring you the people you need.
IMC Solutions understands the unique challenges of your business, making the tough job of hiring easy. Get started on finding your next hire today at imcsolutions.com or call Linda Nichols at 630-637-6200.
AM 560, The Answer.
Thanks for being with us. You may not have seen this young man playing golf on Sunday on television, but you might in a few years. He's 6-year-old Tommy Morrissey, known in the golf world as the one-arm golfer. Good story from Nora O'Donnell on CBS this morning. The Florida youngster was born without his right arm, but many of the pros he emulates are right-handed, so Tommy developed a right-handed swing using his left arm. Tommy has never had a golf lesson. The only swing advice he was given was by Gary Player, who said balance is the key. Often seen mingling with the pros at PGA Tour events, Tommy is using his celebrity to raise money for his foundation, Unlimited, and that's LIMB, Unlimited, which has donated over 375 sets of clubs to children and military families. He discovered his love of the game as a toddler, dragging his father's clubs into his crib. His father says more than one time he showed up at the golf course missing a club or two, only to find them later in Tommy's crib. That'll do it for this hour. For Jennifer Kashenka, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Introducing the perfect getaway, nestled in the prairie, a place you can go to unload the stress of the day and recharge your inner peace. A place that fills your senses with fresh air and the sweet sounds of your Second Amendment rights being exercised. It's where you go to clear your head.
Set your sights for the range at 355. Shoot in a brand new state-of-the-art facility with 2 ranges, one programmable for distance and the other for turning and tactical drills, featuring Mancom Touch Plus and Mancom Touch and Go systems. Trust us, it's cool. The Range at 355, situated on a private parcel of wetlands at the crossroads of I-55 and 355, right off Boughton Road. A shooting oasis with a full array of firearms, ammunition, accessories, and classes with professional guidance and courteous instruction. Take a vacation from the mundane. The Range at 355, founded by patriots like you.
For range hours and info, visit range355.com.
It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. President Trump will address the nation tonight.
All I can do is speak from the heart and say what I want to do.
The president talking to Fox and Friends about his speech to a joint session of Congress.
We have to understand Obamacare has been a disaster. It's way out of control.
And healthcare will be among the many issues he'll discuss.
The president will begin by recounting promises made and promises kept from the campaign trail. He'll hit hard the economic opportunity that he says lies ahead. He'll dig deep into his foreign policy agenda, and he'll talk about protecting the American people.
Fox's Griff Jenkins.
After the speech, former Kentucky Governor Steve Beshear, who was a strong supporter of Obamacare, will deliver the Democrats' rebuttal.
The president has another member of his cabinet.
The yeas are 72. The nays are 27.
And that Senate vote confirmed Wilbur Ross to be Commerce Secretary. Some Democrats supported him. Others, like Elizabeth Warren, called him a Wall Street fat cat. Ross will play a leading role in the president's move to renegotiate the NAFTA trade deal. 3 people are dead in Riverside, California, after a small plane crashed into 2 houses.
A lot of people panicking.
Moments after taking off, the Cessna 310 aircraft they were flying in crashed into 2 homes in this Riverside residential area. 3 people were killed, 2 others injured. One survivor who was thrown from the plane was seen crawling on the ground, seeking help with her clothes on fire.
That's Fox's Kelly Wright. That girl only suffered minor injuries. Another surviving passenger is in critical condition. Nobody on the ground was hurt. The group had been at Disneyland for a weekend cheerleading event. Police in Germany are holding and conducting raids, searching dozens of sites across Berlin linked to a mosque which was closed last week. That mosque was visited back by the December truck attacker Anis Amri, who killed 12 people. This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
In Chicago this morning, we have 48 degrees, and it is 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Just about all of Illinois will see rain and thunder today, but central and southern Illinois could see some severe storms. Forecasters say residents from Pontiac to the southern tip of the state are at heightened risk. A man accused in a Chicago expressway killing has been released from custody after being found eligible for parole in an unrelated attempted robbery case. Illinois Department of Corrections mistakenly released Garrett Glover on Friday after he was sentenced Thursday to 4 years in prison for an attempted armed robbery in 2014. Glover had been in jail since February of 2014. When sentenced, he was given credit for already serving 879 days in jail and then was supposed to be returned to the custody of the Cook County Sheriff's Department. The 29-year-old is awaiting trial on a 2012 shooting of 25-year-old Larry Porter on Chicago's Dan Ryan Expressway. Chicago public school officials are seeking a preliminary injunction that bars the state from dispersing education funding until it adequately funds the state's largest school district. Faced with a huge deficit in upcoming teacher pension payments, CEO Forrest Claypool said Monday Chicago's school year could end 3 weeks early on June 1 if the state doesn't come through with the funds. A new class of Chicago police detectives beginning their training as the city fills some long, empty vacancies. As AM 560's David Stewart reports.
Mayor Emanuel joined Superintendent Eddie Johnson to welcome the new detective class. The mayor told them it will be an important part of their job to maintain contact with homicide victims' families as an investigation proceeds.
The way you leave that family as the face and the voice of the police department, have them become an ally, a partner in securing their neighborhood and helping us secure their neighborhood.
Johnson said when these 131 detectives finish their training later this spring, all detective vacancies will be filled, meaning the city's low rate of solving murder cases could improve. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
Jesse Jackson Jr. speaking out for the first time since filing for divorce from his wife Sandy, the disgraced former congressman, telling reporters yesterday that the time he and his wife spent in prison for misusing campaign funds ruined their marriage.
I made some mistakes over a 10-year period. They were expensive, and I paid it all back. I'm near bankruptcy right now. I owe the government nothing.
He also says he's trying to protect his teenage children, preventing details of the divorce case from being made public. The Cubs hope to meet with city officials in the next few days to plan a bid for the 2020 All-Star Game. And United Airlines says it's adding new destinations in smaller cities this summer, including Champaign. Alshon Jeffrey's days as a Bears wide receiver could be over. Multiple reports say the team is unlikely to use the franchise tag on the wideout. Cubs and White Sox played to a 4-all tie. In Cactus League action yesterday, Bulls battle the Nuggets at the UC this evening. Chicago ran its winning streak to 4 games with a win over the Cavaliers on Saturday. The news service of Indeed.com. Are you hiring? Indeed.com delivers 5 times more hires than any other job site. You can post a job in minutes, Manage your candidates from an easy-to-use dashboard. Post your next job on the world's #1 job site, Indeed.com. 5:05, we'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
President Trump makes his first address to a joint session of Congress tonight, and you can hear it right here on AM 560. Coverage begins with Joe Walsh at 5 p.m., followed by special pre-speech coverage with Larry Elder at 7. Then hear President Trump at 8. Then stick around for instant analysis and your phone calls with Joe Walsh immediately after the speech.
Let him say it to my face.
All right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, I'm Dr. Bob Marshall, PhD, host of Healthline. One of the best ways to ensure you have minerals your body needs for healthy bones and soft tissue is to take advantage of this month's great special, Coral Calcium Plus. Buy 2 bottles, get the third one free. Call 800-370-3447. That's 800-370-3447.
Join Dr. Bob Marshall for Healthline. Saturday morning at 10 on AM 560, The Answer.
Introducing the perfect getaway, nestled in the prairie, a place you can go to unload the stress of the day and recharge your inner peace. A place that fills your senses with fresh air and the sweet sounds of your Second Amendment rights being exercised. It's where you go to clear your head.
Set your sights for the range at 355. Shoot in a brand new state-of-the-art facility with 2 ranges, one programmable for distance and the other for turning and tactical drills featuring Mancom Touch Plus and Mancom Touch and Go systems. Trust us, it's cool. The range at 355, situated on a private parcel of wetlands at the crossroads of I-55 and 355, right off Boughton Road. A shooting oasis with a full array of firearms, ammunition, accessories, and classes with professional guidance and courteous instruction. Take a vacation from the mundane. The range at 355, founded by patriots like you.
For range hours and info, visit range355.com.
Are you losing sleep over recent market volatility affecting your hard-earned retirement savings? Let's face it, if you're at or near retirement, you can't afford to lose 40% of your nest egg like so many did in 2008. On one hand, you want safety and guarantee of principal. On the other hand, most people prefer the potential of higher growth by being linked to the market. Now you can have both, principal protection during market downturns and desirable market-linked growth during upturns. This strategy, offered by a highly rated insurance company, also provides a 5% upfront bonus and 10% simple growth for up to 10 years for income. That's right, create your own pension. 5% upfront bonus and 10% simple growth per year for income you can't outlive. For a custom illustration, contact Kelly Financial Services, Inc. at 708-576-8999. 708-576-8999. Guarantees based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Terms of contract apply as well as surrender charges for terminating early. Income value not available for withdrawal.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I had a failed root canal and it was causing me pain. Dr. Neruzzi took care of my tooth and I got my implant, and then I had another after that fail and he did that one as well. Places they'll tell you just, get the implant the day you get your tooth extracted. We'll do it all in one day. And he believes you do it all the right way, and he knows what he's doing, and he has an eye for detail that other dentists or periodontists do not have. There's no surprises because it's scary as it is, but he made it really, really comfortable. They're very accommodating to people that cannot afford to have it done. I would recommend Dr. Neruzzi to anybody, and I have given Dr. Neruzzi referrals, and I would refer him to anybody that's missing teeth.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
5:09. Let's get an update on what's happening on the roads this morning. We do that in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. And the latest with Jim Talamati. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. Happy Punchki Day. Watch for pedestrians outside those Polish bakeries. Now it's pretty quiet on the expressways. There was a stall on the outbound Kennedy at Demon. That's just cleared out of the way. Kennedy is fine right now. No delays to report on the Edens, the Eisenhower, the Stevenson, or the Rhine. Most overnight work is gone. Still a little work at the south end of the Rhine again on the 2 left lanes at 87. There is road work in Bensenville. 83 is down to 1 lane in both directions in Foster and Mark till 6. There's a crash in Hinsdale at the intersection of Madison and 8th Street. Traffic is a service of PioneerElectronics.com. In Chicago, traffic information is vital. It can mean the difference between a 30-minute and a 2-hour drive. With Pioneer's in-dash GPS navigation, traffic is displayed on a map in real time. Traffic on demand. Visit PioneerElectronics.com/Chicago to find a retailer. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
So, Jim, are you saying that there are no pedestrians pilfering punchkis in pedestrian walkways on Paulina this morning? There you go.
I think you'll see a lot of pedestrians.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Patchy morning fog with a passing shower, then a strong late afternoon thunderstorm which could bring flash flooding and damaging winds. High today 62. Couple of strong evening thunderstorms which could bring flash flooding and damaging winds tonight. Little rain late at night, low of 41. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
50 at O'Hare, 48 along the lake. Next news 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger of Geiger Wealth. Tune in Saturday afternoons at 2 for Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger of Geiger Wealth.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Trump addresses Congress tonight. A big moment early in Trump's administration. His first address really through Congress to the American people, but they are going to be there, at least most of them. And for the ones who decide not to show up, Trump already has given their seats away to members of the family. Here's the question. Who do you think Trump is most likely to throw out of the chamber during his speech?
Yeah, 312-642-5600. Remember Joe Wilson when he yelled, "You lied," to President Obama?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone from the Democratic Congress is going to be yelling that out, but they bring guests, and one of their guests might yell something out. That's what I'm going for early this morning.
I thought it might be Darrell Issa, who on Friday called on Attorney General Seth Sessions to recuse himself from a federal probe into the Trump campaign's relationship with Russia and as well as to appoint a special prosecutor. But then Issa told CBS News, after he told CBS News that on Friday, I should say, he backed off of that yesterday.
Oh, he did? Well, he was on Real Time with Bill Maher on HBO. That's when he said it first, and that created waves.
It's when he told CBS first. He also was on with Bill Maher.
Okay, so he's backed off that now?
Yeah,
what's going on?
He said that perhaps it's not necessary. And he was more like talking theoretically. I suppose part of that is in response to what Devin Nunes said, who's actually the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, and had this to say yesterday about Trump and Russia and all of the discussion of Sessions recusing himself and a special prosecutor. You know, we like evidence before we go down this road, says Nunes.
Well, as I understand it, this was inadvertent collection to where then Mr. Flynn's name was then unmasked. Someone had to make that decision. Somebody very high up within the government would have had to do that, or multiple people. And we're very interested in figuring out who those people were, because they have questions to answer as to why, what laws did they use to decide to unmask General Flynn's name.
So to follow up with that, if there was ongoing contact between the Russians and the Trump campaign, wouldn't other names pop up inadvertently? And so if this was the only incident that popped up, would that knock down the idea that there was regular contact?
Yeah, look, there is no evidence that I've been presented of regular contact with anybody within the Trump campaign. The only one that's obvious is General Flynn's discussions with the Russians, which I would still contend that he was doing what he was supposed to do, which is prepare the president-elect for office by getting as many leaders in front of him as possible.
Now, we can only say what we know to be true, but Nunes is the House Intelligence Committee chairman. He's saying, number one, the Flynn data collection, the Flynn wiretap, eavesdropping, if you will, was inadvertent with respect to Flynn, and then the whole issue of leaking Flynn's name rather than extracting it and retracting it. So that's the intelligence community question. Secondly, no evidence presented to him of any contact between Trump campaign aides, former or present in the White House, which it's been former has really been the New York Times story. No evidence has been presented to him, and that led Darrell Issa to say yesterday, special prosecutor is not warranted at this point since there's been no allegation of criminal activity. Right, no allegation of it and no evidence of it other than a anonymously sourced New York Times story, which has now been repudiated and refuted specifically by both the White House Chief of Staff, Reince Priebus, who said his conversations with intelligence, they said the New York Times story was overblown and off base and essentially untrue. And now you have the House Intelligence Committee chairman saying that he has been presented no evidence as well. So those are sort of important points. Now, if it comes to be, for the left and for the conspiracy theories, everybody's lying. This is Watergate, as Dan Rather, or worse than Watergate, as Dan Rather says. This is worse than 9/11. This is on par with Pearl Harbor, as Tom Friedman said. If that's what it turns out to be, well, it'll never be on par with 9/11 or Pearl Harbor or Watergate. But okay, if they turn out to be saying something untrue, then they do. But here's what we know to be true, and there's been no evidence presented to challenge what you heard from Representative Nunes, as well as what you've heard previously on the Sunday talk shows from Reince Priebus. So that's your little update on Russia going into tonight's speech. And maybe now we can focus until something new is presented on important pressing issues like Obamacare repeal and replace and structural tax reform and immigration policy and the like.
Yeah, and then Donald Trump yesterday is like, I haven't contacted Russia. I haven't been on the phone with them in a decade. He said, I haven't called Russia in 10 years.
As an example, I own the Miss Universe. I was in Russia. I was in Moscow recently. And I spoke indirectly and directly with President Putin, who could not have been nicer.
Yeah,
and they spoke about the pageant.
It starts to get tiresome because that's exactly what he said when he was asked about Russia in his press conference a week ago Thursday. It's the same thing. So how many times do you have to be asked the same question and give the same answer before we move on? If you want to challenge answers that have been given by presenting evidence, by presenting a rebuttal witness, fine. But asking the same question and getting the same answer and pretending that's news day after day. Well,
yeah, but that should have been the lead on the news that Issa dropped his request asking for a special prosecutor. But that didn't even make the news this morning. Didn't even see it.
Well,
it's kind of a big deal. In the mainstream media, they didn't even bring it up.
It's only worth noting when a Republican breaks bad on a Republican. When a Republican who broke bad on a Republican president in this case, walks it back in,
nobody cares.
Recasts his position, well, then you don't have any utility for me because I have a political agenda if I'm in the newsroom at the New York Times or
CNN,
Washington Post or CNN, of course. Very fake news, from what I understand. So Trump is going to, I think, focus largely on domestic policy tonight because these are the pressing matters. I mean, of course, national security is also an overlay that's pressing. I suspect much of his time will be spent delineating the increase in defense spending that he has telegraphed. And I don't just mean telegraphed because it's come out in the last 24 hours that he wants to increase spending at defense by $54 billion, but because he telegraphed it during the campaign. I mean, Remember one of his kind of weekly policy speeches where he had that 4 or 5 weeks of weekly scripted, telepromptered policy addresses was rebuilding the military. And I suspect that he is going to do a version of that tonight from the campaign. The information that was put together hasn't changed much since he was elected and inaugurated, and talk about military preparedness and the investment we need to make to get our military up to snuff with the global challenges that the United States and free people everywhere face.
And we're also going to hear he's going to tick through promises that he made on the campaign trail and the promises that he's kept so far. And they say that the theme is American renewal. That's the theme for tonight's speech. So hunker down.
Well,
I just hope there's a level of decorum that we normally see with our presidents when they address joint Congress.
Well, and here the thing too is about, can he unite the country? Can he unite the country? Wall Street Journal NBC news poll has him basically in the same position in terms of popular support, hopefulness, support for policy as outlined as Obama was in 2009. So for all of this, like, historic lows and Trump is losing the Congress and he's not going to be able to get anything passed through his majority Republican Congress and this thing is, off the rails and into the wilderness. Well, that's not exactly the case. That's not exactly the case according to, the American people. I mean, I know they don't matter. I learned that from Viola Davis yesterday or Sunday night in her acceptance speech, but for Best Supporting Actress. And I know they don't matter to, the Sunday talk shows talking to each other and the D.C. press corps. But that's Trump's trump card is speaking over and around the political class to the American people and continuing to enjoy their support for his policy agenda, even among those who have some questions about him personally, maybe have a personal distaste for some of his behavior, some of his word choices and the like. And but this whole unify the country thing, it was interesting because W has got a new book out. Mm-hmm. And so he's been doing a little bit of the media rounds, and he was on with Matt Lauer on Today's Show yesterday.
And then later on with his daughter who works for the Today Show. I wonder how they got him.
Yeah.
I wonder how they got that interview.
That's a good get. It's a good get by...
Hey, Dad, hi, it's me. Can you come on our show, please? It'll help me. This is kind of the reason I got the job. Thanks.
I told you that's why we should have hired Jenna Bush.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only way you get to the W. But he was asked about, unifying the country. Remember, he was a uniter, not a divider. And W has some perspective on the difficulty.
Well, first of all, there's only been 1 month in office, and so it's he's got 4 years. Secondly, I think you have to take the man for his word that he wants to unify the country, and we'll see whether he's able to do so. It's hard to unify the country, though. The news media being so split up. When I was president, you mattered a lot more because there was like 3 of you, and now there's all kinds of information being bombarded out, and people can say things anonymously, and it's just a different world.
Yeah.
I love him.
Well, but he's right about the media,
right.
And how ubiquitous and diffuse it is. But also, it's difficult to unify the country. It's an easy thing to say, and it's an easy thing to talk about wistfully. Let's just all get together. Here's the problem. We have very fundamental disagreements about the direction the country should go. So sometimes it's difficult to unify the free marketeer and the authoritarian thug. Mm-hmm. It's so the productive and the unproductive and the self-congratulatory unproductive. Sometimes it's not so easy to find common ground as it is to say it.
Hear President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress tonight at 8. Then listen to Dan and Amy tomorrow morning starting at 5 for analysis and your reaction right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Weather's a big problem today. We're going to start off with some fog, some rain, but some nasty thunderstorms by this afternoon that could bring some flooding and damaging winds. A high today of 62 degrees. And then tonight, a few strong thunderstorms as well. A low of 41. Let's get into our alarm detection system traffic center. Is the fog creating any delays on the roadways? Here's Jim Delamonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Well, roads are wet. There are visibility issues. Allow some extra time in following distance. There is a crash on the outbound Edens at Devon. Left lane blocked. Told injuries are involved. Stop and go for Peterson to Devon. Right now, it's just about a 2-minute delay. Inbound ride a little slow now from Stevenson to downtown. Got a crash in Hinsdale, Madison, and 8th Street. Roadwork in Bensonville has 83 down to 1 lane in both directions between Foster and Mark. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
If you save $500,000 in an IRA or 401k, you know it's not really $500,000, right? Because you still have to pay taxes on that money. But here's something that will shock you. Some people will pay through the nose in taxes when they withdraw money from their retirement accounts, while a smart and savvy few will legally pay far less. Could you potentially save thousands of dollars in taxes on your IRA or 401k and keep this money for yourself? Yes, you could. Learn how in a free report called 6 Ways to Tax-Free Income in Retirement from me, Tom Fortino, host of the Alpha Wealth Hour. The free report could save you tens of thousands of dollars. Call 630-873-6326. It's your choice. Pay the IRS or keep this money for yourself. Call 630-873-6326 or visit us on alphawealthgroup.com. That's alphawealthgroup.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
By the way, you can listen to Trump's speech 8 p.m. on these airwaves this evening, so you'll keep your dial tuned to AM 560. Running a business can be challenging, especially in Illinois. Mountains of regulations, taxes, fees, and more may be coming. Business owners who manage to survive and thrive deserve to be recognized, and that's exactly what we here at AM 560 are doing. This spring, we're hitting the road on the AM 560 Business Tour presented by Signature Bank.
And we're going tomorrow to Mid-States Glass and Metal in Niles.
There you go. It's a way for us to celebrate Mid-States glass and
metal, and you're going to blow glass like you did last year on our trip.
Do you think glass will call after I do? It's a way for us to celebrate local businesses who are overcoming the odds and succeeding in spite of the many challenges they face. Think of it as making businesses great again. We want to give back to the business community by broadcasting this show live from various locations throughout Chicagoland. Does your business have a great success story? If so, we want to hear about it. Go to 560theanswer.com/business and fill out the brief form to tell us about how you and your business are beating the odds to serve your clients and your community. We're selecting several more businesses as stops on our AM 560 Business Tour, and we'll broadcast from your location and share your success with our audience. So go to 560theanswer.com/business to tell us your story. Again, 560theanswer.com/business, and we may be stopping at your location this spring on our AM 560 Business Tour, sponsored by Signature Bank.
Hi, Amy Jacobson here. You know, the best home improvement decision I ever made was to call CertaPro Painters. No joke. Last spring, their trained, talented painters magically reformed my porch. Property values actually went up. But now that winter is set in, let's get your interior painting done, and CertaPro Painters are the only ones to call. You know, CertaPro Painters is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year, and we invite you to experience the CertaPro difference. When they come into your home, they are so quiet they won't wake a baby, and guess what? The best part is they clean up after themselves. So with this new year, you should refresh and renew your living space. Book your interior painting project today. For a free estimate, call our good friends over there at CertaPro at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Or visit CertaPro.com. And we invite you to experience the CertaPro difference. I'm glad I called them. Each CertaPro Painter's business is independently owned and operated. CertaPro Painters, we do painting, you do life.
Are you buying or selling a business or starting a business? Maybe you have legal problems with a business partner or employees, or are just drowning in new regulations. You need the support of a law firm that concentrates in a wide range of business law and tax matters. You need the corporate team at Kelleher & Buckley. Whether you're a local mom and pop shop, middle market business, or a large corporation or franchise, they provide cost-effective legal solutions to help your businesses thrive. The lawyers of Kelleher & Buckley focus on targeted legal advice tailored to meet the specific needs of your business. You deserve competent legal representation from a law firm maintaining a high level of knowledge about the ever-changing laws governing businesses. One that also includes accountants and tax specialists on board to provide your business bottom-line solutions. Kelleher & Buckley, LLC of North Barrington and Chicago is a legal solution provider that also includes estate planning, asset protection, life insurance planning, and litigation. Keep your business on track. Call 847-382-9130 or online at kelleherbuckley.com.
Your business requires protection. Break-ins, vandalism, and fires happen, so it's important to prevent losses. That's why for over half a century, Chicagoland companies have trusted Active Alarm Company. From planning and installation to maintenance and monitoring, Active Alarm are the protection pros. Active Alarm Company is a UL-listed alarm service company and a platinum-level Honeywell-authorized security dealer, one of 22 nationally and only 2 in Illinois. And you'll always speak live with a team member. Active Alarm offers the newest equipment, including security, fire, access control, video systems, and the most responsive technical support. So if you need your first alarm system, an updated system, or monitoring, call Active Alarm Company for your free security analysis and quote at 847-438-2600 or visit activealarm.com. The protection pros at Active Alarm Company are A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and a Honeywell authorized security dealer. That's 847-438-2600 or online at activealarm.com. License number 127000541.
AM 560, The Answer.
So today, February 28th, is National Mom and Pop Business Owners Day, Dan.
Yeah, and Morky's Chocolates. Morcus.
Think of Morcus Brown.
Morcus from Orcus. Morcus Chocolates in Huntley and Palatine, which is a stop on our Signature Bank business tour we were just talking about on the end of March 29th.
Oh, good.
Bringing us punch keys at 8 a.m. this morning because Fat Tuesday is not just for Chris Christie.
Stop it. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, summer might begin 3 weeks early for Chicago public school students. We hope not, but it could happen. First, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Nanu. 48 degrees outside. We should have a decent day ahead weather-wise for us, but we're watching southern and central Illinois for severe weather today. President Trump about to give the biggest speech since taking office when he addresses a joint session of Congress tonight. Fox's Chad Pergram has a preview from Capitol Hill.
Imagine a pie divided into 12 slices. Just a little more than half of that pie is what the government spends on defense. The other 11 slices fund the rest of the government. So already they're spending more than half of what we call discretionary spending, Congress decides, to fund the Pentagon. Those cuts have to come from those other 11 slices of the pie. And the problem is, it's really only 9 other slices of the pie, because they can't cut Veterans Affairs programs. They don't want to cut the Department of Homeland Security because President Trump wants to increase the Border Patrol. So then you're really cutting among 9 other budget programs.
Fox's Chad Pergram with the breakdown this morning. Former Kentucky Governor Steve Beshear will deliver the Democratic response. You can hear the speech and reaction following with AM 560's Joe Walsh beginning at 8 p.m. tonight. There's been another wave of bomb threats against Jewish community centers across the country. No bombs were found since the beginning of the year. 90 such threats have been made. The death toll officially lowered after a small plane crashes into a neighborhood in Riverside, California.
We have identified that all victims from this incident were from the aircraft. We have no residents that were involved.
Riverside Fire Chief Michael Moore says 5 were on board the Cessna 310. Authorities say the victims were returning home after attending a cheer competition at Disneyland. A man accused in a Chicago expressway killing has been released from custody after being found eligible for parole in an unrelated robbery case. The Illinois Department of Corrections mistakenly released Garrett Glover on Friday after he was sentenced Thursday to 4 years in prison for an attempted armed robbery in 2014. When sentenced, he was given credit for time served. He was supposed to then be returned to custody of the Cook County Sheriff's Department. Instead, he was released. Tollway drivers will soon see the last of those large plastic buckets used to collect coins as cars pass through those booths and pay their tolls. The Daily Herald reporting the tollway is phasing in new machine tolls beginning this summer. Those old baskets eliminated. New touch screens will replace them, accepting credit cards, bills, as well as coins. Alshon Jeffrey's days with the Bears could be over. Bears, according to multiple reports, are unlikely to use the franchise tag on the wideout. Cubs and White Sox in Arizona play to a 4-all tie. The news service of Indeed.com. Are you hiring? Join the over 3 million businesses that use Indeed.com for hiring. You can post a job in minutes, manage your candidates from an easy-to-use dashboard. Post your next job on the world's #1 job site, Indeed.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher breaks some tough news to protesters.
Okay, good. Go march around. Carry a sandwich board and yell that he's not my president. The ultimate truth is he is. You want to stand around and think you're going to make a difference? Go ahead. I believe with all of my heart, you're not going to make a difference. You're not going to move the needle 1 inch.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you hiring? Join the over 3 million businesses that use Indeed.com for hiring. Post your next job opening on the world's #1 job site, Indeed.com.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. One of my iron laws of public policy is predatory government prevents the poor from obtaining more. Juan Carlos Montes de Oca is a cosmetology student in Tucson, Arizona, under investigation by the state's licensing board for giving free haircuts to homeless men and women at a local park. The prohibitive fines imposed by speeding and red light cameras in Chicago has made the bankruptcy court in the Northern District of Illinois the national leader for non-business Chapter 13 filings 3 years running. Nearly half of bankruptcy filers listed the Chicago Parking Bureau as a creditor. Declining sales resulting from the soda tax in Philadelphia has one of the city's largest beverage distributors looking to cut 20% of its workforce, and grocery stores across the city following suit. In each instance, government is aligned against the interests of its constituents. Government preys on those least able to withstand economic hardship, those living paycheck to paycheck, and those seeking their first paycheck. The left sells their regressive tax and regulatory policies as protective. In fact, they're exploitive. And as Frederick von Hayek said, to be controlled in our economic pursuits is to be controlled in everything.
5:36, and a check of the roads at our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Edens Expressway outbound. Traffic is stop and go from Peterson to Devon. There's a crash in the left lane. We're looking at a 2 or 3 minute delay. Inbound, it's fine. No delays to report yet on the Kennedy or the Mount Stevenson slow from past the Ryan to Lakeshore Drive. 39 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. Outbound 5 to 34. On Ryan, slow 95th to 71st. From the Stevenson into the loop. 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, 5 minute delay from 111th to the Rhine. Tollways are good, and traffic is a service of Hum by Verizon. Is your check engine light on? Hum by Verizon can tell you why. It can fix small problems before they become big ones. Find out how to make your car smarter, safer, and more connected with Hum by Verizon. Visit hum.com today. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Strong afternoon thunderstorms for south and areas south and west of the Chicago area. Storms could bring flooding and damaging winds with a high of 62. More storms overnight expected and a low of 41. Currently 50. Next news at 6. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Secure Retirement Radio with host Raj Shah. Sunday mornings at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Hey, some good news for Amy from the Chicago Public School System. You don't hear that statement often. You're going to get to spend 3 more weeks with Peyton and Eli this summer.
No parent at Blaine or any school in CPS wants that to happen. Don't get us wrong. We love our children, but we feel that the kids should be in class learning something. And because then if the kids get out early.
To a CPS school?
Hey, no, our CPS school is fine. It's one of the top 10 CPS schools in the city. So
tallest skyscraper in Wichita.
Well, come on, please. Well, it is, and that's why I moved to that neighborhood to send my kids to that school.
Yes.
But there's this thing called cost, because if your kids are out and a lot of us work, we have to keep the kids busy or entertain them, and that costs a lot of money. If you know what I mean. But we hope that the school board could work it out, because they already have 6 more furlough days that they have to take before the end of the school year. So I think that's wrapped into the 3 weeks that they're proposing.
I love trying to make this Soviet agrarian co-op work. We're just going to tinker with some of the numbers. We're going to move some numbers around, see if we can make this work for 5 minutes longer. More than $100 million in the red and on the hook for a $721 million teacher pension payment in June. CPS is going to punish the kids. Because that's what they do. Because the system's for the adults.
Would you want them to work without getting paid?
Your system, your enterprise is bankrupt. 80% of your cost is personnel. What do?
I don't know.
Right.
What do you do?
What does common sense tell you to do? Do you go and look at where 80% of your cost is? Or do you go demand somebody else bail you out?
You look at the cost.
Right, exactly. Thank you. Well, that's not where they're looking, and partly because they don't even understand what they're looking at. This is jarring, what you're about to hear. Tiny Dancer's Toady Forrest Claypool, who heads CPS, who's been a Cook County commissioner, who's been a functionary of the Daley administration and the Tiny Dancer administration and been around in many a sinecure
Don't
over
forget
many
about
a
the
year.
choo-choo.
Yeah, CTA.
Head of CTA.
Right. One soft landing after the other for one bankrupt, dysfunctional system in Chicago after another. He was on NPR. By the way, you should check out our story.
Oh, yeah.
It's City Wire, Chicago City Wire, citywire.com on WBEZ. We looked at the vote history of all WBEZ employees. There's something like 110 employees. We found voting records on 40% of them. Not a single Republican.
Shocker. Whoa, this just in.
I'm not saying it's surprising, but it's good to document what you think to be true.
Well, do you think any Democrats work here? I know a lot of libertarians who work here.
I don't know. But we're not presenting ourselves as objective scriveners. We're just news deliverers. We're presenting ourselves as opinion radio.
Yeah, conservative
analysis.
Okay.
Right.
A news opinion insight.
Yeah.
Because it says it there behind you.
Exactly. So just an aside.
Right. Okay.
But Claypool was on.
enough.
He was on WBEZ.
I wonder how they got that interview.
Yeah, it's a great get. He took questions from callers. So one of the callers,
Great.
God bless his or her little soul, called in to ask about the pensions because, $720 million pension payment due in June that they can't make, which is a recurring story as CTU, the teachers' pension funds.
Mm-hmm.
It's not union run, but the teachers' pension funds for all the CTU members, I guess I should say. 20 years ago, 100% funded. Today, 50% funded.
Ooh.
And going down.
I know a lot of teachers that I know are afraid that when they do retire, the money's not going to be there. Because it's not even there now. I have to tell them, you need to wake up.
Keep voting for your Democrat overlords, though. Here's Forrest Claypool trying to answer this person's question.
Yeah, I can't give you great specifics here without doing the research, but I believe that it depends, on longevity. It depends on your final salaries. I believe the way the system works is that
you believe,
depending on how long you've worked and what your salary is, it varies. But let's say if you've got the maximum number of years, and I think it's like your last four salaries averaged, and you can get as much as 80% of that.
So you have a head of the Chicago Public School system who doesn't know how the pension system works.
No.
We'd have to do the research. You can go to IllinoisPolicy.org. You can go just about any. You can go to Tribune Editorial Board. We've been doing research on and presenting actuarial tables on the Chicago Teachers Pension Fund and all the state public sector pension funds for years upon years upon years. In addition to that, how is it that a prerequisite to hold a job like head of the school system is not to understand the structural costs the system throws off, like the big one for which you have to make a $720 million payment this June. Are you kidding me? We'd have to do the research. It's something like this. It varies depending on years of service. Yeah, no kidding, Toady Forrest. No kidding. Here's the teacher's pension fund in a nutshell. $140,000 in for a teacher 30 years retiring today,
okay,
of which really they pay less than a third of that because remember, for the last 30 years, CPS is picking up 7 percentage points of the 9 percentage points of a teacher's salary that goes to their pension.
Okay, so the teacher is only paying about 2.5%.
2%.
Okay.
2 percentage points.
That's not
nice.
nice.
It's less than a third, obviously.
All right.
2 divided in 9, less than a third. So it's really more like, $50,000 they paid in. But let's just give them $140,000 because that's all in for both CPS and the teacher. $140,000 in, 30 years in, $2.1 million back if you live to average life expectancy. So you wonder why you can't make the math work. Talked to Jim Urio from CNBC on our Against the Current series this week, upstream-ideas.com. We talked a little bit about this. Well, he made another good point. Here's what else they're doing to try and generate bigger returns. So a decade ago, the Teachers Pension Fund, TRS, this is at the statewide level, but it's the same thing all over. The Teachers Retirement System 35% of their pension fund was held in fixed assets.
Okay.
Safe, reliable return, not a big enough return to make the numbers work. Today, 19% in fixed assets. What are they doing? They're taking bigger risks and bigger bets because they need bigger returns to make the math work. And they also know they've got the backstop of the state, so that you create a moral hazard because you've got the backstop and say, well, if we make a bad bet to the tune of billions of dollars, then, we've got the state to back our play, bail us out. That's the attitude. So the attitude is same as Claypool. I don't need to know how this works. I just want more money. And it's certainly not going to be on the personnel side. So I'm going to go with my tin cup and rattle it around the rail in Springfield and call Bruce Rauner a racist and everybody else who doesn't support blank checks for CPS a racist. I don't need to know how it works because the city will figure it out. The state will figure it out. That's the attitude of the Chicago Democrat political ruling class. That's how you get $130 billion unfunded pension liability, the largest in the country. That's how you get the worst bond rating in the country. That's how you have a bankrupt, junk-rated Chicago public school system. The blissful ignorance of a Forrest Claypool, thanks to the moral hazards created by the political ruling class that says we can always go soak it to people with the ability to pay. And those with the ability to pay are finding the nearest exit. That's the reality, and thus the death spiral. And just to understand CPS here for a second, because they have fun with numbers. The state only gives us $8,000 and blah, blah, blah. CPS spends $15,200 per kid per year, which is on par with some of the best suburban school districts. It's more than some of the best suburban school districts.
And those best suburban school districts have nice amenities. They have nice things. They probably have clean classrooms. They probably have latest in technology, and they probably all have iPads that they take home because kids don't carry home books in the suburbs. They have an iPad, and, similar to a Kindle. So books are downloaded. And we don't have any. We're lucky to just get a computer room.
The average Chicago area school district spent less than CPS, $15,200 versus $13,400 per kid. The average, so just baseline. Paid a bigger share of that amount locally, 76% versus 51% CPS, and received just $2,976 in non-local subsidies to CPS's $7,600. Of the 50 districts in the Chicago area receiving the most state funding, 45 of them, including CPS, are majority black and Hispanic. So they're also making the race argument, which is why I raised the issue. In addition to that, CPS gets a larger percentage of the state's poverty grants than is their percentage of the state's qualifying students in district. So in point of fact, CPS is getting more and more and more and doing less and less and less with it. And you know how I know they don't care? Because they don't even take the time to understand what's happening. Forrest Claypool, the head of the CPS. I don't know how pensions work.
Hear President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress tonight at 8. Then listen to Dan and Amy tomorrow morning starting at 5 for analysis and your reaction. Right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up soon, meet the couple that was demeaned, I thought, on stage at the Oscars. And also, that In Memorandum tribute video was kind of off. We'll explain. But first, here's your forecast for Fat Tuesday. We have a strong afternoon thunderstorm that can bring some flooding and high winds. Warm today, a high of 62 degrees. Then tonight, a few strong thunderstorms. And then tomorrow, cloudy, breezy. We're going to have rain that's going to turn into snow, believe it or not. Anywhere from a dusting up to an inch of snow tomorrow. Big changes. Let's go into our alarm detection systems traffic center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Happy Mardi Gras, Amy and Dan. The Edens is fine now. An earlier outbound crash near Devon is gone. The Kennedy's still delay-free. Eisenhower, slow Manheim to Harlem. 33 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Stevenson, already 44 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound 16, roadworks wrapping up between 87th and the Split. Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
You need to switch your cell phone service to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile was founded to support conservative causes while providing the same great nationwide cell phone coverage that you're already used to enjoying. Patriot Mobile allows you to donate up to 5% of your monthly bill to the conservative organization of your choice at no extra cost to you. Do what I'm doing. Do like me. Switch to Patriot Mobile and support the conservative agenda. Switch today and get a free iPhone with a $50 unlimited talk, text, and data plan, or a free Galaxy phone with a $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan. They will also buy out your current contract up to $500 per line. There's no catch. Call 800-A-PATRIOT, and Patriot Mobile will even waive your activation fee with promo code Joe. Or go to patriotmobile.com/Joe.
AM 560, The Answer.
She's hot. Pamela Anderson is good looking, and she found herself a new man. I don't know if you heard, but lately, for the past few months, she's been visiting Julian Assange at the Ecuadorian embassy, and she really, they said that she left, she left the Ecuadorian embassy looking disheveled after an hour-long meeting with her boyfriend.
She'll be a great character witness for Julian Assange in that rape trial in Sweden when he gets extradited after the new president of Ecuador bounces him from the embassy.
Well, she's sticking by her man, and she calls him a hero.
Well, I mean, I think he's a very important person, and I think that history will look back at him and realize how important he is. And I think his WikiLeaks is very heroic and very important. And it's true news. You know, it's hard to find these days. So if you want to get something from the horse's mouth, I mean, go to WikiLeaks and you can actually just really find out what's going on. I think that's important in this kind of political climate.
Until she got to WikiLeaks, I thought the important man that history will remember she was talking about was Hasselhoff.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Kurt Penn, founder and CEO of Good Foods. In 2007, I was shopping in a natural foods grocery store and had a vision for a company that would produce fresh, all-natural foods with a social conscience. Signature Bank helped turn that vision into what now is Good Foods. Signature Bank President Mick O'Rourke listened to our story and learned about our business. Mick has been with us every step of the way. Signature Bank takes care of the details so we can focus on producing good foods. Signature Bank is deeply invested in our success. Good Foods is very proud to bank with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. Upstream-ideas.com, premium content that complements what we do on this show. Go there today to upstream-ideas.com and sign up. Long-form interviews, commentaries, man on the street, follow the logic segments, podcasts of our Illinois Rising program that runs Sundays on these airwaves that focuses on local politics and policy, as well as selected interviews. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by upstream-ideas.com. One of my iron laws of public policy is predatory government prevents the poor from obtaining more. Juan Carlos Montes de Oca is a cosmetology student in Tucson, Arizona, under investigation by the state's licensing board for giving free haircuts to homeless men and women at a local park. The prohibitive fines imposed by speeding and red light cameras in Chicago has made the bankruptcy court in the Northern District of Illinois the national leader for non-business Chapter 13 filings 3 years running. Nearly half of bankruptcy filers listed the Chicago Parking Bureau as a creditor. Declining sales resulting from the soda tax in Philadelphia has one of the city's largest beverage distributors looking to cut 20% of its workforce, and grocery stores across the city following suit. In each instance, government is aligned against the interests of its constituents. Government preys on those least able to withstand economic hardship, those living paycheck to paycheck, and those seeking their first paycheck. The left sells their regressive tax and regulatory policies as protective. In fact, they're exploitive. And as Frederick von Hayek said, to be controlled in our economic pursuits is to be controlled in everything.
48 degrees. Winds are out of the south at 12 this morning. It's 5:57. And a check of the roads in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. It's heavy early on the inbound Stevenson with delays from Harlem to Pulaski and from just past the Ryan to Lakeshore Drive. 45 minutes already from 355 to the drive. Outbound 5 to 34. The Edens is clear at the moment. Kennedy inbound heavy out of the River Road toll to Canfield. 21 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 20. The Eisenhower's 34 minutes. Thorndale to the post office downtown. Outbound 5 at 29. Ryan 23 minutes. 95th to downtown. Outbound 16. Bishop Ford. It's a 5-minute delay from 111th to Merge. Traffic is a service of Staples. Filing your own taxes this year? Staples helps you be accountable. Everything you need for tax season for less. Storage boxes and filing supplies. The software like QuickBooks and TurboTax. And right now, get up to $15 off when you buy TurboTax. In-store only, ends 4/1/17. Staples, make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
More of Chicago's Morning Answer after a check of Fox News in a moment. First, your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Areas of fog for the morning with a passing shower, then a strong thunderstorm later in the afternoon, which could bring flash flooding and damaging wind. High 62, couple of strong thunderstorms tonight, low 41. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 50 at O'Hare, 48 along the lake. The News, a service of Accountemps. When you could use help closing your books and need additional staff, it's time to call Accountemps. They can provide you with bookkeepers and other accounting and finance pros on a temporary or project basis, and fast. Call today at Accountemps, a Robert Half company. At 5:59, here are the stories we're following on AM 560. The Answer. Just about all of the state of Illinois could see rain and thunder today. Chicago Public Schools are seeking a preliminary injunction that bars the state from dispersing education funding until they say it adequately funds the state's largest district. An Aurora man could spend the rest of his life behind bars following one of Kane County's largest heroin busts. Modesto Alarcon was sentenced to 60 years in prison. Tollway drivers will soon see the end of those large plastic baskets used to collect coins as cars pass through toll booths. Alshon Jeffrey's days with the Bears could be over. Multiple reports say the Bears are unlikely to use the franchise tag on the wideout. Cubs and Sox play to a 4-all Cactus League tie. Full forecast after Fox, WIND, Chicago News Time.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. We'll hear from President Trump tonight.
I'll be talking about the military. I'll be talking about the border.
And a lot more as he addresses a joint session of Congress. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, expect the president to outline a bold agenda during his speech and touch on those issues that got him elected: the stronger military, immigration, and health care.
We're coming out with a health care plan that I think will be terrific. It'll be very inclusive, and I think it's going to do really what people are wanting it to do.
In an exclusive interview with Fox and Friends, President Trump said his administration is also going to upgrade the military substantially. Former Kentucky Governor Steve Beshear will give the Democratic response and is expected to say Obamacare is working in red states. Dave.
Rachel, Democrats are not expecting to like what they hear tonight.
He'll talk like he favors the working people, but his actions will desert them. He'll present himself as a populist, but governed from the hard right.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Some Democrats supported the latest Trump cabinet nominee. Wilbur Ross was confirmed last night as Commerce Secretary on a 72-27 vote. A billionaire businessman, Ross will play a lead role in the president's attempt to renegotiate the NAFTA trade deal. A small plane is scattered into small bits and pieces in Riverside, California, and 2 homes that crashed into are rubble the morning after a crash that left 3 people dead as they headed back to San Jose from a Disneyland cheerleading event.
It's horrible, especially when you couple together that they were going to a cheer competition, and this is supposedly a happy time.
Riverside Fire Chief Michael Moore, a teenage girl who crawled from the fiery wreckage, suffered only minor injuries. Another survivor is in critical condition after surgery. The FBI and Justice Department are investigating threats against Jewish centers and schools across the country. There were 20 threats on Monday, nearly 90 in recent weeks, and there's also been vandalism at a Jewish cemetery. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
President Trump makes his first address to a joint session of Congress tonight, and you can hear it right here on AM 560. Coverage begins with Joe Walsh at 5 p.m., followed by special pre-speech coverage with Larry Elder at 7. Then hear President Trump at 8. Then stick around for instant analysis and your phone calls with Joe Walsh immediately after the speech.
Let him say it to my face.
All right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Adopt US Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
Your daughter just had her first breakup. Do you A, put yourself in her shoes?
How could he do this to you? And for Sheila, she has split ends.
B, console her.
Oh, sweetie, this is going to happen a lot. 4, maybe 5 more times before you get married.
C, take charge.
Got to get this all straightened out. Give a little talking to, man to man, mano a mano. Hey, Steve! Is now a good time? No? Okay, no problem. Bye.
Or D, help her find a new boyfriend.
I know a great place to meet boys. The internet. Nice, single boys. Never mind. How about some ice cream?
As a parent, there are no perfect answers. But you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour radio show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer. Brought to you by Pearshell Financial Group.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So it's Fat Tuesday. It's also Election Day in some places. Also, it's being in February 28th. Again, last day to get your bids in for that 15,000 square foot horse arena that the Chicago Public Schools wants to build in Mount Greenwood, the bankrupt Chicago Public Schools that has to close 3 weeks early because Tiny Dancer's Toady Forrest won't touch personnel costs, doesn't understand how his teacher pension system works. But they're going ahead. They're going to let that contract for the horse arena. Okay. In addition to that, it's Election Day in certain localities, primary municipal elections. And then, the general elections are in April. So you may want to pay attention to these. You may think about participating, have a punchki, and then go to the polls, particularly if you're in Algonquin Township. We've been following this highway commissioner's contest Kind of unusual to follow a township highway commissioner's race, but this is an unusual race.
And they do some unusual things at work, but we'll get to that.
Bob Miller, the long-serving Algonquin Township Highway Commissioner, he's been in office since 93. He's been an employee of the department since 72. He inherited the office from his father, who inherited the office from his father. The Millers have controlled that department for half a century. Miller and his wife, who he employs, and his two sons-in-law, who he employs, $400,000. $400,000, that's just salary. In addition to that, and this has all been stories that we've reported in my newspaper, McHenryTimes.com, over the last several weeks. In addition to that, Miller gets about half of his campaign contributions, his campaign donations, from township vendors. So if you don't like pay to play, you're not going to like Bob Miller very much. Of his 356 individual donations since 2002, McHenry Times found 172 of them, 48%, came from municipal highway vendors. The township declined to provide the newspaper with the treasurer's report for the highway department to match highway department spending against contributions. So that's interesting. That's a public record, but they refused to provide it. Air of transparency, not so much there. We also talked about the story yesterday of highway department employees on public property, township property,
wearing Algonquin Township highway uniforms.
Yeah. Turned it into a bit of a shooting gallery, literally. Shot up an old hatchback, then used, after they were done with their, Darwin Award-winning campaign, then they used a township front loader to crush the car, play a little demolition derby with the car.
It reminded me of like Starsky and Hutch.
Mm-hmm. No.
Yeah.
But by the way, we did contact the McHenry County Sheriff's Office. They declined to comment on whether or not they're investigating, whether or not
that means they're not.
Whether or not that was illegal to turn public township property into a shooting gallery. I'm here to tell you it is illegal. So we'll stay on that story. And then there's this. I just want you to understand how the corruption and this kind of government, if you care, and I know in Illinois we suffer from the most virulent case of Stockholm Syndrome in the Western world, identifying with our captors. Living in the state is like some kind of bizarre suicide pact. It really is.
Well, they just don't understand that they're in the super minority. They can't look outside. I said it's not only that, but more of the governors are Republican. 2/3 of every state legislature, they're Republican. It's
not even a Republican-Democrat thing because we're talking about Republicans here. It's not a Republican-Democrat thing. It's a culture thing.
Okay.
And you have Republicans buy into the same culture. And that is the case with this race. The Republican state rep, Barb Wheeler, the Republican state senator up there, Pam Maltoff, have both endorsed Bob Miller. Now, you ready for this? Again, back to my paper, McHenryTimes.com. Nobody else is doing it. We contacted Barb Wheeler, who, by the way, I supported when she first ran for state rep. She's Al Salvi's sister.
Oh, okay. What'd she say?
And I regret doing it.
Because she's supporting Bob Miller?
No, for a lot of reasons. This is just the culmination of it. Been burned before, but be burned again. That's how it goes. She's still backing Bob Miller's bid. Here's her explanation of what we just described from the Algonquin Township Highway Department, Bob Miller's department.
Okay. I watched all the videos, by the way.
Lots of politicians do it. President Donald Trump is doing it. So I just want to stop there because do you understand that you have a Republican state rep who is giving you the everybody's doing it argument, number one, like a fourth grader. Number two, she's wrong with the Trump comparison. And she apparently doesn't understand the difference between the public sector and the private sector companies in which Donald Trump employed his children. She also apparently doesn't understand unpaid advisors, which are the Trump kids and
Right.
and in-laws.
Jared Kushner.
Unpaid advisors versus someone paying themselves $400,000 of taxpayer money. There's no difference in Barb Wheeler's mind between those two things. she said that I don't do it, but it's the season of bipartisan nepotism.
It's the season. Wow. Did she know about these videos? Did she reply to that at all? But that's not a big deal because McHenry County won't even tell you.
Tis the season, Amy. It's just the season. Trump is probably doing it too. Trump kids.
Oh yeah,
probably
I'm sure they're out there.
They're shooting up
putting a 20 spot
old cars
by their...
on public property.
Well, one of the videos when the guy, the employee, is putting a 20 spot on his naughty bits and putting the back end of a 20 gauge shotgun and seeing what will happen. I mean, it's sick.
Polls are open. We've asked Bob Miller to be on the show. By the way, we haven't asked, begged Bob Miller to be on the show through social media. Our producer calls. I've
Pigeon carrier.
Made an open invitation multiple times on these airwaves on our show. No Bob Miller response. But we do have Andrew Gosser, who is Bob Miller's opponent in the race, joining us now, Republican candidate for Algonquin Township Highway Commissioner, Andrew Gosser. Thanks so much for joining us, Andrew. How are you?
I'm doing great, Dan. Good morning, Miss Amy. How are you guys doing this morning?
Good. So I gave you my synopsis on the race, at least as I see it from Bob Miller. So why Andrew Gosser as the remedy for Bob Miller?
Because we need to change Algonquin Township, especially the highway district, and show that we can actually govern effectively. Nepotism is wrong. It doesn't matter what party you're in. And how can we expect to change Springfield or Washington, D.C. when we can't even change our own community?
Well, besides the obvious nepotism that's going on there, what needs to be done at the Algonquin Township Highway Commission?
We've got to improve transparency, number one. When you go there, you can't find any of his contracts that he's putting or letting out. They're all under $20,000, so therefore he's allowed to use the pay-to-play, which you've so accurately documented. We need to make sure that all of the citizens see our pay schedules. When you go to the website, it doesn't show all of the pay schedules. It just shows the top salaries over $75,000. I think that's wrong. I think we need to change how we contract out and get our equipment. We have so much equipment in Algonquin Township. We are the envy of not only McHenry County, but I've also been told Lake County and Kane County. We have equipment that I got, which is they had. And I think that's wrong. We should be fixing the roads, not buying equipment.
And so how does this shake out politically? This is it's a nonpartisan race, but it's effectively a Republican primary, right?
It's a Republican primary, but there are a lot of different actors getting involved. I think it's going to be a real test for the Republican Party. Do we want fiscally responsible, open, limited government, or do we want to continue with the good old boy system that has been here in McHenry County for at least 50 years?
And so what's the response to Representative Barb Wheeler and Senator Pam Altoff, who've endorsed your opponent?
I think it's disappointing because we've always talked about, and I know them both personally, and we've always talked about wanting good, open, transparent government that's by the people and for the people, and this isn't it. And everybody knows it. The sense here in Algonquin Township is that we got to change this, and yet it's the same political class going back and forth and defending all of the errors of our past. And if we don't correct it, then it's just going to continue. And today is that chance. I think we've given the Republicans who live in Algonquin Township a distinct choice between two different candidates. One who wants to open up government, make it more transparent, make it more accessible, actually cut the budget, cut the levy, or we can keep on going down the same road. I'd note that Bob, he wasn't even going to cut the levy. He wasn't even going to cut the budget until I started running. And all of a sudden, mysteriously, he found a way to cut 10% this year, and he says he'll do 10% next year. I think that's a little bit disingenuous.
I'd say just to stay on the politics for a second, the Algonquin Township Republican Central Committee, to their credit, did approve recently a resolution condemning nepotism in all forms of public hiring. So I suppose that's a start, but it's one thing to pass a resolution. It's another thing to impose the consequences on a bad actor.
It's been pretty positive. Most of the precinct committeemen who voted on that are supporting my candidacy. There are a few who are not. But the resolution passed unanimously, and we have Republicans, you talked about it, we have the Stockholm Syndrome here in Illinois. We have to start leading by example. We have to start saying that enough is enough, and that we have to clean up our own local governments where it's really our biggest chance to do that. It's so difficult to change out a state rep or a state senator or a congressman, but we can change out our Algonquin Township highway commissioner. In the last election, only 1,400 people voted total. So it's one of those things where we have a real opportunity to have some real savings in our budget, change things out. I'm term limiting myself. I'm not taking the health care, not taking the pension. I'm just going in there to fix it and get out, Dan and Amy, and that's my goal, and that's why I'm running.
All right, so thanks to the McHenry Times, video has surfaced of the men wearing the Algonquin Township Highway Department uniforms. They're firing guns, totaling cars, doing some disgusting tricks on themselves. What are people up there? What are you hearing from people who live in the area? Have they seen these videos?
They have. Most of the people who have seen them are completely disgusted with it, quite frankly. As a retired military officer, I couldn't imagine being in command and allowing my troops to do something like this. But most of the people are disgusted with it. It's absolutely frightening to watch some people try to twist that video into something that it's not. What people don't realize is right behind where that unauthorized range is the McHenry County Conservation District. We have the hollows back there, and all of those ricochets, and you can even see the ricochets. They're going right into the conservation district. It's just wrong. Everybody knows it's wrong. It's one of those things where people are truly outraged about it. Some are more vocal than others, obviously, but it's one of those things where people are tired of things like this. And there's other things, too, I'm sure. This has just happened to pop up.
Text from 224. I live in Algonquin Township, had no interest in this race. Will now be voting. Thanks for the info. It's just what we do. Spread the word. Andrew Gosser, he is the Republican candidate for Algonquin Township Highway Commissioner. Andrew, thanks for joining us. Good luck today.
Dan and Amy, thank you so much for having me on. You both have a blessed day.
You too. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress tonight at 8. Then listen to Dan and Amy tomorrow morning starting at 5 for analysis and your reaction. Right here on AM 560. The Answer.
You should really watch those videos. Go to McHenryTimes.com, and it looks like they're straight out of Central Casting.
If you like the movie Deliverance, you'll love the Algonquin Township Highway Department.
Forecast for today, it's going to rain up there. Actually, it's going to rain everywhere. On and off rain this morning. Then by this afternoon, some strong thunderstorms that can bring some heavy flooding and some damaging winds, a high of 62. Tonight, the strong thunderstorms continue. Can bring flooding in areas again, a low of 41. And for tomorrow, where it's going to be cloudy, breezy, and guess what? The S word returns. We're going to have some rain that's going to turn into snow by late afternoon, a high of 42 degrees. Any trouble on the roadways, especially up in Algonquin Township? Let's get the latest from Jim Talamonte, who joins us from our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Well, right now, Amy, things look good in Algonquin Township and throughout McHenry counties. There's no excuse for not going to the polls there. There's a crash in Elmhurst, Lake Street at 83. The Eden's getting a little congested inbound approaching the junction. Otherwise, it's clear. Kennedy slow. River Road Toll to Central. 24 minutes, so here to downtown. Outbound 20. The Eisenhower's 39 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 30. Stevenson 47 minutes. 3:55 to the drive. The Ryan 27 minutes. 95 to downtown. Northbound Tri-State heavy approaching the Eisenhower. And eastbound Adams-Toll is heavy approaching the Kennedy. Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
If you could quickly and painlessly clear your psoriasis or vitiligo, would you?
No matter how big the psoriasis is, no matter how small the psoriasis, we can help you.
Ashley is a clinical specialist for Extract, the amazing in-office treatment for psoriasis and vitiligo that's clinically proven to show immediate results with up to 95% clearance.
What my patients love most about the Extract treatments is it's safe, it's FDA cleared, and they're seeing results very quickly.
End the embarrassing, painful patches and discoloration with Extract. There's no medications, no topical ointments, and virtually no side effects. Extract uses light to transform your skin and change your life. It's covered by all major insurances and Medicare, and will help you find a doctor close by.
I love what I do. I love coming in every day and making a difference in patients' lives. It's amazing.
Call now to live Extract Clear. Call 800-961-9279. That's 800-961-9279. 800-961-9279 or visit xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply.
A hearty breakfast that gets you out of bed in the morning and the road that lets you safely get to work have one thing in common: salt. Not only does salt make your food taste better, it makes icy roads safer. Using salt to de-ice the roads can reduce car crashes by 88% and injuries by 85%. Icy roads end where salt begins. Everything's better with a little salt. Find out why at alittlesalt.org.
Follow the world's best golfers at the 81st Masters Tournament, April 3rd through the 9th on the tournament's official website, masters.com. Log on all week long to experience a tradition unlike any other, and follow the Masters on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Masters.com offers live, full-screen HD video coverage, including the Par 3 contest, plus real-time scoring, up-to-the-minute tournament news, and more. Masters.com, your official online source for the 2017 Masters.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, well,
where to begin?
The Oscar ratings are in, and the winner is people
La La
who didn't
Land.
watch.
Wait, what? People who didn't watch?
That's the winner, because the Oscar ratings are down double digits.
Really?
9-year low. 9-year low. Hosted
by Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, for the first time. 2017 Oscars down 4% in viewership and 13% among adults 18 to 49 from what last year's numbers were. How about that?
Well, that's surprising because I thought it was appointment television, but maybe people got sick of Jimmy Kimmel right off the gate, right out of the starting block, started ripping on Donald Trump. Maybe that became tiresome. Maybe people thought they wanted to elevate the conversation or the level of comedy.
Well, and it wasn't just Kimmel, it's the award winners too, by the way.
Well, they weren't for Best Actor, Best Actress, they did not make a political statement.
Throughout the night.
Yeah.
The predictable winners. Soviet propaganda wasn't this scripted. The Syrian filmmaker, the Iranian.
Well, I expected it from him.
The Iranian filmmaker, the Mexican presenter. Just let me give you a little walk down memory lane from Sunday night. Here's Gael Bernal.
Flesh and blood actors are migrant workers. We travel all over the world. We build families. We construct stories. We build life that cannot be divided. As a Mexican, as a Latin American, as a migrant worker, as a human being, I'm against any form of wall that wants to separate us.
What about you have a wall at your place? What about just follow-up question, Mr. Bernal?
Yes, sir. Yes, you in the front row,
Mr. Bernal. What about the barrier between Mexico and Honduras on Mexico's southern border?
Yo no sé nada.
Thank you very much. How about the Iranian filmmaker who won and the Syrian filmmaker who won couldn't be there. The Iranian filmmaker was protesting.
Yeah, and had a presented letter.
Sadly, Raed Salah, the head of the White Helmets, is not able to join us tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the Iranian.
I'm sorry I'm not with you tonight. My absence is out of respect for the people of my country and those of other 6 nations whom have been disrespected by the inhumane law that bans entry of immigrants to the U.S.
Yeah.
So you think that had to do with the ratings?
You think people want to be lectured by Hollywood celebrities? You think they enjoy that?
No.
You think they enjoy Viola Davis, the Best Supporting Actress winner?
I loved her acceptance speech.
Oh yeah.
Besides sans that part.
Oh, this is kind of an important
the rest
part.
was cute.
Like you think people like being told by Viola Davis that they're not living lives?
I became an artist, and thank God I did, because we are the only profession that celebrates what it means to live a life.
I think what my friend there was trying to say is because they lived the life and bring characters, bring historical figures back to life through their work on the movies.
Is that what she was trying to say? So it's okay to interpret to the positive what Viola Davis has to say, an accomplished actress, but we're not going to provide, these same people wouldn't provide the same consideration, for example, to Donald Trump, interpreting what he really means versus what he says, right? But we're going to do that for Viola Davis. I love the double standard.
And in addition to the major Best Picture screw-up, the biggest Oscar blunder of all time, you know how they do that in memorandum video where they honor the people who passed away the former year?
Yes, of course.
Well, Janet Patterson, 4-time Oscar-nominated costume designer, she did pass away in October, but...
Bring out your dead!
But the image they used in the video was of a different woman entirely.
I'm not dead.
It was Jan Chapman. She said she's alive and well and an active producer, and she was devastated by the mix-up. She urged her agency to check with the photographers and make sure that they knew that she was still alive.
And also to check to make sure she is still alive. Check with her.
Not clear how the mix-up happened, other than the fact that the two worked together. Jan and Janet worked together on the 1993 film The Piano. So,
it was good.
Right. So she's still alive, Jan Chapman, and she's available for work. But we have an exclusive here, right here. Well, actually, ABC7 got it, but we have to play it for you. Gary from Chicago. You remember Gary? He and his wife and a group of tourists were trotted out unbeknownst to them at the Academy Awards Sunday night. And he just got out of prison in California. That's why they were there in Hollywood. He spent 20 years for multiple felonies, and he got out 3 days before the Oscars.
Change is possible. It's a sad thing to be in prison for 20 years and not be able to be a dad, granddad to your children. You know what my son told me today, man? And I almost come to tears. He said he's proud of me. So to hear your children say that they're proud of you means the world to me.
So he met his fiancée while still in prison, and they are heading back to Chicago. He's from South Shore, by the way. And it was just a moment they'll never forget.
I can't wait till Viola Davis memorializes his life, so he will have lived one. Also, Trump responded to the Oscars finally. Didn't tweet on Sunday night.
No, he did not.
But he did respond in an exclusive interview with Breitbart, suggesting that the reason they had that screw up at the end is not because Warren Beatty is, kind of on the downslope of life.
Maybe it was Faye Dunaway's fault.
Hey, don't you blame Faye Dunaway.
Oldest actors out there.
Don't you blame Faye Dunaway.
Here, you got this one. It's a big deal. Don't mess it up.
Trump saying it had nothing to do with senior moment, but in fact it was because Hollywood was so focused on politics they couldn't get the basics right. That's Trump. I think they were focused so hard on politics they didn't get their act together at the end. It was a little sad. It took away from the glamour of the Oscars. It didn't feel like a very glamorous evening. I've been to the Oscars. There was something very special missing. Me.
No, he didn't say that.
I'm adding that. And then
please don't give me a heart attack over here.
And then to end that way was sad. So that was Trump's weighing in on the Oscars.
Well, actually, the person from what is it? Price Waterhouse Cooper.
Yes.
He was tweeting
You're
at
so
the time.
conversant in the big accounting firm.
Well, you know how I love the numbers, Dan.
Yeah,
I love
there's no
math,
question.
except any day that ends in Y. But the person was apparently tweeting at the time, and he was supposed to be handing the right envelope over to Warren Beatty, and he did not. Do you think he's still going to have a J-O-B? I don't know.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I just have to also, in addition to Trump, I have to make a note of Piers Morgan's review.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Of the Oscars. This guy, I mean, this is something. Did he fall on his head and it got everything aligned properly finally? What is going on with this guy?
What did he say?
Let's be honest, writes Piers Morgan in the Daily Mail. The greatest Oscars fiasco in history couldn't have happened to a bunch of smugger, more deserving people. The New York Times, America's most self-satisfied, snobbish, and unrelentingly Trump-bashing media entity, led the way with its $2.5 million TV ad celebrating the very word itself, truth, he's talking about. Yeah. But, I mean, he just excoriates Hollywood in this piece. Piers Morgan, he went from being lampooned by that fake North Korean news site as not qualified to be the bathroom attendant at a monkey park to, a right down the line conservative, going after Hollywood left and the D.C. Eastern Seaboard left. It's nice to see a Saul of Tarsus conversion from a Pierce Morgan. It gives hope for others.
And now for something completely different.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Hey, do you find yourself saying, if only I had more leads, if I only had more prospects to sell to? Well, if that sounds familiar, then let me tell you about the Sales Prospecting Group. The Sales Prospecting Group is ready to help you take your business to the next level. They're a local Chicagoland company that has helped hundreds of companies nationwide to secure new business by getting them in the door. The Sales Prospecting Group will get you appointments with qualified prospects to help you grow your business. Now, they don't use contract labor or offshore callers. Their in-house staff of business account executives are highly trained, professional, and effective. The Sales Prospecting Group will build a custom campaign specifically for your business. They know how to navigate complex corporate hierarchies to get you to the right people and get you connected with them. Plus, they specialize exclusively on B2B sales. So call the Sales Prospecting Group now to learn how they can help your business grow in 2017. Here is the number. 630-701-9052. That's 630-701-9052. The Sales Prospecting Group, it's time to grow. And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we'll be joined by Ashley McGuire, the author of a new book on the drive to abolish gender, at 6:36.
But first, let's go back into that newsroom, and here is the king of the castle, Mike Scott.
48 degrees outside. Tonight, a big night for President Trump. He'll address a joint session of Congress with his biggest speech so far since taking office. You'll hear that speech tonight here on AM 560, The Answer, beginning at 8. The president expected to talk about the sharp increase in defense spending contained in his budget plan.
We must ensure that our courageous servicemen and women have the tools they need to deter war, and when called upon to fight in our name, only do one thing: win.
Meantime, the president, according to his spokesperson Sean Spicer, is deeply disappointed about ongoing threats and acts of violence against Jewish cemeteries and community centers.
The cowardly destruction in Philadelphia this weekend comes on top of similar accounts from Missouri and threats made to Jewish community centers around the country.
Spicer labeling it a violation of the constitutional right to worship in America. German authorities have decided to ban an organization that ran a mosque visited by a December truck attacker Anis Amri, who killed 12. Police then fanned out to search dozens of sites across Berlin linked to a mosque. Authorities say no one on the ground was hurt when a small plane crashed into homes in Southern California, killing 3 of the 5 people on board that aircraft. Just about all of the state of Illinois will see some rain and thunder today, but severe weather is expected from Pontiac all the way to the southern tip of the state. Chicago public school officials seeking preliminary injunctions barring the state from dispersing education funding until it adequately funds the state's largest school district, faced with a huge deficit and an upcoming teacher pension payment. CEO Forrest Claypool said the Chicago school year could end 3 weeks early on June 1. And a moon rock bag from the Apollo 11 mission now back in the hands of an Illinois woman. The Johnson Space Center yesterday returned the priceless artifact they returned it to an independent security company after losing its court fight with the woman last week in Houston. Nancy Carlson paid less than $1,000 for that bag used by Armstrong to collect rock samples from the surface of the moon. Chicago sports, Alshon Jeffrey's days with the Bears could be over. Multiple reports say the Bears are unlikely to use the franchise tag on the wideout. Cubs and Sox battle to a 4-all tie in Cactus League action. The news, a service of Accountemps. They know what your business needs, and they know that business needs can change in an instant. From increased workload to staff absences, Accountemps can help by providing accounting and finance professionals on a temporary or project basis, whenever and wherever you need them. Call today. Accountemps, a Robert Half company. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager can't trust science anymore.
New York Times, May 9th, 2016. California braces for unending drought. The climate change world hysteria belongs in the secondhand smoke world of hysteria. There is a poison in the scientific community on anything that has to do with public policy.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Right now with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet, get one free. Visit us online at galaxyhome.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. Save an additional $500 when you book right now.
They're here, circling over your head, and they're tracking you down. You feel overwhelmed, like you can't escape. You need a solution to get your back taxes filed, to put your life back on track. You need someone who can keep the vultures at bay and work directly with the IRS to leverage every opportunity to settle your tax debt. Mary Karpowitz, CEO of Comprehensive Tax Solutions, is licensed to represent you before the IRS. Don't let the IRS threaten you. You should never need to speak to them directly. Mary does that for you. Comprehensive Tax Solutions will help you settle your entire IRS tax debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Comprehensive Tax Solutions, family owned in Chicagoland, can be a lifesaver for you. Call 708-478-6770, 708-478-6770, or go to resolveyourtaxproblems.com. Call 708-478-6770 now.
6:37 and a check of the roads and our alarm detection systems traffic center with Jim.
Thanks, Mike. On the Edens Expressway, inbound traffic is a little heavy approaching the junction now. 21 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound fine at 19. The Kennedy, 30 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 22. The Eisenhower, delay starting at Wolf Road. It's already 50 minutes from Thorndale to downtown. Outbound to Thorndale, 32 minutes. Stevenson, 48 minutes, 3:55 to the drive, outbound 34. The Ryan, really heavy. There is a stall near 31st that cleared. Looking at a travel time of 49 minutes from 95th to downtown. It's slow, especially from 95th to the Skyway, and then pretty much jammed Garfield on in. I-57, 20 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop 423. Northbound Tri-State delays are from Plainfield Road to the Hinsdale Oasis and the Reagan all the way to the Eisenhower. Veterans Memorial, heavy 63rd to Ogden. Crash on the right shoulder. Traffic is a service of Hum by Verizon. Is your check engine light on? Hum by Verizon can tell you why. You can fix small problems before they become big ones. Find out how to make your car smarter, safer, and more connected with Hum by Verizon. Visit hum.com today. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Strong afternoon storms across the area, high near 62, and storms persist during the overnight hours. Some of those winds could be damaging, according to the National Weather Service, and a low of 41. Currently 50. Next news at 7. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering. Stop by and try their food before planning your awesome corporate event menu. Visit tastycatering.com.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, Caitlyn Jenner shot back at the Trump administration and President Trump directly after the Trump administration decided to practice a little federalism and leave bathroom policy up to states and localities to reverse President Obama's guidance on the issue. Guidance is a synonym for directive in this matter. Now...
and the left sees that as so insensitive, and he doesn't care about LGBTQTFMTT.
Yeah, right. And in addition to that, this has been long running. These things don't happen overnight. They just seem like they do once they reach critical mass. We've talked years ago about the French eliminating mom and dad on official government documents, parent one and parent two. This is all part of the redefinition, and so you start to redefine institutions like marriage, and you don't get to call stop in terms of where the redefinition ends. And now, of course, the matter at bar is gender. And we talked about what's happening in sport, including at the grade school and high school level, like this woman taking testosterone shots who just won the Texas girls state wrestling title to some controversy as she is transitioning to a boy, but under Texas guidelines, she must...
Since her birth certificate says she's a female,
right.
She must wrestle female.
You play the sport that's according to your biology, not according to your desire.
It's an unlevel playing field. It's not fair.
Well...
I mean, I coach girls' sports. It's not fair.
You're not getting with the times. And what are those times, and where does this all end? And how does it end other than badly? For more on this and answers to those questions, we're pleased to be joined by Ashley McGuire. She is the author of the new book, Sex Scandal, The Drive to Abolish Male and Female. Ashley, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
So, this reminds me very much of marriage redefinition, because in the early stages when referendum after referendum at the state level was going down, I think the gay rights crowd was for their first 33 states. The argument that was made by people who didn't support redefinition was, look, most people in America oppose it, which is true. It's losing at the local level, which was true. And yet the other side was relentless, and they ultimately got through the courts what they couldn't get through legislatures and referendum. And I see this playing out again, where I see a survey out yesterday that most people support the idea of going to the bathroom based on your biology, not your desire, your feelings of the day. But isn't this trending to the same place that marriage redefinition ultimately went?
I'm not sure, and I think it's because of the point that you all were just discussing, which is that ultimately this issue and the way it's trending hits women especially hard. And I think the girls' sports example is particularly salient. And, in my book I talk about boys who self-identify as boys playing on girls' sports teams. I talk about boys who self-identify as girls playing on girls' sports teams. I hadn't thought to cover the issue of girls taking drugs to make their bodies like boys playing on girls' sports teams. But one thing unites all three examples, which is that in every single case, girls' sports is the loser. And so that's just one sliver of the issue. But in my book, I show how every single way this plays out, whether it's calling women birthing individuals or actually, seriously talking about making women register for the draft, women are the losers.
Well, what about having a transgender category? And I say that because Tour de Tucson, which is a big, huge road race in southern Arizona, a woman who won it was really a man beginning the transitioning process. And so people had suggested that they could have a male category, a female category, and a trans category.
Well, I think I would be okay with that. I haven't heard anybody propose that. And that's fine. I think the idea with girls' sports in Title IX was that, Title IX was created, when we talked about sex discrimination, it was discrimination against women. And women fought for that for decades, not just in sports, but in a number of different other aspects of society. And suddenly, you're seeing women be like, wait, whoa, if Title IX suddenly means discrimination on the basis of gender, which, whatever that is, that can be defined by anyone at any time, then suddenly women's rights has a giant question mark over it.
Well, yeah, but here's the problem. The left is, and including all those women you saw at the P March in D.C. a couple weeks back, they're so beset by hypocrisy because they're so persuaded by bigot baiting that they will act against their stated interest for women's rights, as you're describing. It seems to me that the consequences have to be visited upon people before they fully internalize them.
I think that's right, and I think that they don't want to accept the consequences. Another example that I give in the book, and this one I think really resonates with people, is what's happening on college campuses. You have college dorms are now overwhelmingly co-ed, many by floor, many by hallway, many by bathroom, including the showers, and now increasingly by dorm room. But then at the same time, you have this horrific rape crisis epidemic, but the schools just can't seem to accept that, one is helping to cause the other, even though the numbers show something like 75 to 80% of sexual assaults are happening in campus dorms. And I give the example of Harvard, who actually tried to deal with the sexual assault crisis by punishing students who participate in single-sex social clubs. And what they weren't expecting was the women who came marching through the campus by the hundreds, saying, you're taking away our safe spaces. Many of these were women who were victims of sexual assault. So I think you're right that there's a little bit of schizophrenia, or at least they look the opposite direction of the source of the problem.
Well, the other interesting thing, though, is pop culture, right? I mean, one of the reasons that people have no concept of the true numbers of gay people in this country is because they're so overrepresented in pop culture, movies and television and literature. So if you look at public opinion surveys, people think like the median percentage in terms of popular belief of what percentage of the population is gay, 25%. The actual numbers, 2%. And I see the same thing happening with transgender. It's not just Caitlyn Jenner. On this season of Billions, which is a popular Showtime show, they've introduced kind of this gender-bending character that's poised. It's only the second episode on Sunday night, but poised to be the hero of the a protagonist in the series and so forth. It seems to me that's it's always what traditionalists, conservatives are up against is the power of pop culture, and frankly, we don't do a great job combating it.
Sure, and I for that very reason, I had devoted an entire chapter of my book to the influence of Hollywood. To give the example of Billions, I mean, I think what Hollywood does is help to normalize what's not normal, and that show also sort of tries in a sort of creepy way to normalize violent sexuality, much like 50 Shades of Grey. But, that's a little bit of an aside. But no, I think you're right. You have Miley Cyrus saying she's pan-gender, and, all of these starlets talking about feminism, while at the same time singing very sort of violent, degrading lyrics against women.
So what do you see, the male and female roles in society, say, 10 years from now?
Well, I don't know. I think we're sort of at a crossroads because on the one hand, you have everything we're talking about going on. But on the other hand, you're seeing this sort of parallel trend towards not more traditional roles, but towards sanity, I guess. I mean, on the one hand, you see, I think, a younger generation of women pulling away from the sort of radical feminism that says that gender equity is only you only get that when men and women are bringing home the same paycheck and splitting the chores 50-50. I mean, among my generation of millennial moms, that is not the case. We're much more inclined towards flexible work, towards staying home more. We're less interested in the mommy wars. And then you're also seeing all these, like the rise of single-sex education, the rise of single-sex recreational things. Like I talk about single-sex gyms, women only working shared working centers. So, it may seem like we're going full throttle ahead towards, this craziness, but at the same time, I do think there's a pullback, whether it's parents who are, being like, wait, whoa, trying to put the brakes on schools, doing, introducing gender curriculum that are completely non-scientific, or women saying, wait a minute, I don't think I like this world where, anybody can say they're a woman.
Yeah. Well, on that hopeful note, she's Ashley McGuire. She's the author of the new book, Sex Scandal, The Drive to Abolish Male and Female. Ashley, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks, Ashley. And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress tonight at 8. Then listen to Dan and Amy tomorrow morning starting at 5 for analysis and your reaction. Right here on AM 560. The Answer.
It'll be fun. Hey, coming up next, who wants to be paid for an hour for something naughty? It's happening in one country. But first, here's your forecast for this Fat Tuesday. Strong thunderstorms. Storms can bring some flooding and high winds, a high of 62 degrees, so it'll be unseasonably warm, but a few strong thunderstorms into the evening and early morning hours. Then tomorrow, the real story is that rain is going to be turning into snow late in the afternoon, a high in the 40s. Yes, the S word's back. First, let's go into our alarm detection systems traffic center. How are things going there, Jim Talamonte?
Deer alert, Amy. Good morning. Eastbound I-80. It's slow from Richards to Briggs. A report of a deer in the roadway. Eden's 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 19. The Kennedy 41 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 22. The Eisenhower's 50 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound 33. Stevenson 48 minutes. 355 to the Drive. Outbound 34. The Ryan's really heavy. 35 minutes from 95th to downtown. Northbound Veterans Memorial. It's jamming up from 75th to Ogden, where there's a crash on the right shoulder. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
I'm Keith Peters in for Lou Dobbs. The Trump rally hits a new record. Plenty of economic headlines on tap. Japan's Takata pays $1 billion airbag fine. Those stories next.
2017 is the year of Trump, and markets are rising to all-time highs. But economic uncertainty may be greater than after any election in our lifetime. And as retirement approaches, there's little time to recover losses. You need to hedge against uncertainty. That means transferring part of your retirement to physical gold and silver, stored where you can actually hold it in your hands and get it fast in any disaster. It's the perfect time to buy. Prices are low and expected to climb. Make Augusta Precious Metals your personal gold and silver provider. Augusta cares for your financial position and helps you make good decisions. And they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Get Augusta's free gold and silver IRA guide. What you learn could help you weather any economic storm. No obligation. Just call 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993. Trust Augusta. Protect your retirement today.
As President Trump prepares to address a joint session of Congress this evening, what some brokers are calling the Trump rally continues to make headlines. Stocks yesterday ended higher again, and the Dow Jones Industrials hit a record close for the 12th straight day. A big morning for economic reports. Target Corporation will report its quarterly financial results. The Conference Board releases its Consumer Confidence Index for February, and fourth quarter GDP will be announced by the Commerce Department. After admitting it concealed potentially explosive airbags it had manufactured, Japan's Takata Corporation Monday agreed to pay $1 billion penalty in court. Those faulty inflators are blamed for 16 deaths. Please join us for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. I'm Keith Peters for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Hey, less than 1 month. That's all the time left for you to book your trip to join us and Joe Walsh in beautiful Punta Cana this spring. So stop procrastinating and book that trip today. We'll be staying at the Secrets Cap Cana Resort and Spa in Punta Cana. Brand new, adults only. Really, go online and check this place out. It is gorgeous. It's well-appointed rooms, soft bedding, great restaurants, 7 bars. What could go wrong? Sparkling pools, and it's right on the ocean. So book your trip today. Get out of town with us and Joe Walsh. Get more information and book your trip by visiting 560theanswer.com, keyword passport. That's 560theanswer.com/passport. But hurry, time is running out to secure this exclusive price, this great price from our good friends over there at Apple Vacations.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. There's a Christian genocide occurring in Iraq and Syria, but the left is preventing America from providing asylum for the persecuted. ISIS targets both the Shia and Sunni Muslims who refuse to join its terrorist ranks, but the left is preventing America from providing safe haven to peaceful, pluralist Muslims. Millions of Mexicans, Central Americans, Africans, and Asians desire to flee third world deprivation, but the left is preventing America from opening her doors to many more countrymen of immigrant American citizens. As Flannery O'Connor observed, the left governs by tenderness, which is to say without restraint. Only their feelings about their own goodness matter. This was on display with the left's Day Without Immigrants protest. No distinction was made between people who are in America legally and people who are not. No distinction was made between people who are self-sufficient and people who game the welfare state. No distinction was made between the more than 100,000 criminal illegal aliens released by ICE in 2013 alone, which includes 193 convicted murderers, and children brought here illegally by their parents. Leftist xenophobia, the fear of distinguishing between people who come in peace and predators, is killing both people and the promise of America the world over.
My name is David Hochberg, Vice President Lending at Pearl Mortgage and Reverse Mortgage Specialist. Reverse mortgages are outstanding for eliminating mortgage payments and providing borrowers with tax-free income. The Consumer Finance Protection Bureau recently fined AAG $400,000 for deceptive reverse mortgage ads. When choosing a reverse mortgage lender, you can either call into a call center promoted by highly paid, unlicensed actors like Tom Selleck, Pat Boone, and Henry Winkler, who have never originated a reverse mortgage, or you could call me, a licensed reverse mortgage expert who's actually originated reverse mortgages. The biggest difference between me, Tom, Pat, and Henry is they get paid to read teleprompters making reverse mortgage commercials, and I get compensated after your reverse mortgage closes. If you'd like information about reverse mortgages from a local reverse mortgage expert, give me a call at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee 4358 and MLS 19186. These materials are not from HUD or FHA and were not approved by HUD or a government agency.
Hey, there's a lot of talk right now about school choice. And if you've always felt like you didn't really have a choice to send your kids to a private school because of the money, then listen up. We want to tell you about halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you can find local private schools from all over the Chicagoland area that are offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at half the price. There's no catch. Find a school near you, purchase a tuition voucher, and prepare to send your kid off to school. It's really that simple. There's schools located in LaSalle, Peru, Kankakee, Antioch, Chicago, just to name a few. So make private schools a real option for your family for the first time this year, but do not wait. These vouchers will sell out. Visit halfpriceschoolstoday.com. That's halfpricesschools.com.
Fruits and vegetables are one of the very best, if not the best way to help protect your body from many of the lifestyle diseases plaguing our nation. Eating over 10 servings of fruits and vegetables daily will help build your immune system to over 720% and is the single most important thing you can do for your health, along with diet and exercise. Why are fruits and vegetables such a powerful health consideration? Because they contain tens of thousands of phytonutrients prepared especially by Mother Nature to nourish our body on a cellular level. Dr. Howard successfully formulated and perfected a mix of 31 different fruits and vegetables and scientifically removed the water and air through a proprietary cold vacuum system, reducing them into a super powder which maintains 99.9% of its nutrient value, then packaging them into vegetarian capsules ready for consumption. Here's Dr. Howard.
What does good nutrition not benefit? Can you name anything that good nutrition will not help? It's not a cure-all. The scope of what it can help is so wide because our bodies are really fabulous, amazing chemical laboratories. Everything that functions in your system is a chemical response. Keeping that chemistry in balance and keeping the cells communicating with each other the very best possible way is absolutely the best way to reduce your risk of disease and also help your body help itself even fighting most of these diseases.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Dennis Prager can't trust science anymore.
New York Times, May 9th, 2016. California braces for unending drought. The climate change world hysteria belongs in the secondhand smoke world of hysteria. There is a poison in the scientific community on anything that has to do with public policy.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I'm optimistic about one part of Trump's speech at least. What are you optimistic about? We'll take your calls, and I'll tell you which part I'm most optimistic about at 7:07.
And you're not going to want to miss it. At 7:37 this morning, a parent of a new Trier student is going to try and take on Dan Proft. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, a man charged in a Chicago murder mistakenly released. Bulls host the Nuggets tonight. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. 5 weeks into his term, what grade does President Trump give himself?
An A+, okay, effort, but that's, results are more important. In terms of messaging, I would give myself a C or a C+.
The president talking to Fox and Friends this morning, promising
we will be having the greatest military that we ever had by the time I finish.
He'll talk about his increased defense spending plans tonight, addressing a joint session of Congress, and discuss
a really good health care as opposed to Obamacare, which is a total mess.
The president's address tonight can be heard on many Fox News radio stations.
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer expects a campaign-style speech from President Trump.
Past his prologue, the president will use populist rhetoric in his speech, but he won't back it up with real actions.
A prediction Schumer says includes the promise to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The FBI is trying to figure out who's behind a wave of threats to Jewish centers and schools. Fox's Evan Brown on the case live.
And Dave, it's the fifth time since the start of the year that threats of bombings have been made against Jewish community center campuses. One prompted an evacuation of the David Posnack JCC in Davie, Florida, outside Fort Lauderdale. This man had to pick up his daughter from the daycare.
And for me, it's particularly scary. My father's a Holocaust survivor. I just called him up, and he's crying on the phone. This shouldn't be happening in today's day and age.
JCCs in 11 states were targeted just yesterday in places like Indianapolis and suburban New York City, Dave.
Two plane crash survivors are in recovery. One's critical the morning after the small aircraft went down into a neighborhood in Riverside, California, destroying 2 homes, killing 3 people on the plane.
We saw a lot of people panicking.
Nobody on the ground was hurt. The group was headed to San Jose after a cheerleading event at Disneyland. This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Clouds and 49 degrees, 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Just about all of the state could see some rain and thunder today, but there is a heightened risk of severe weather in central and southern Illinois today. Cook County State's Attorney Kim Fox will be looking into certain cases involving a former Chicago police sergeant convicted of corruption. Prosecutors say any convictions where Ronald Watts was involved will be under review. The ex-public housing officer was notorious for shaking down drug dealers and pinning false cases on those who didn't play ball. He was sentenced to nearly 2 years in federal prison in 2013. A man accused in a Chicago expressway killing has been released from custody after being found eligible for parole in an unrelated case. The Illinois Department of Corrections mistakenly released Garrett Glover on Friday after being sentenced Thursday to 4 years in prison for attempted armed robbery in 2014. Now, Glover has been in jail since February of 2014, and when sentenced, he was given credit for time served. At that point, he was supposed to be returned to the custody of the Cook County sheriffs. A new class of Chicago police detectives beginning their training as the city tries to fill some long, empty vacancies. AM 560's David Stewart has the rest of the story.
Mayor Emanuel joined Superintendent Eddie Johnson to welcome the new detective class. The mayor told him it will be an important part of their job to maintain contact with homicide victims' families as an investigation proceeds.
The way you leave that family as the face and the voice of the police department
have them become an ally, a partner in securing their neighborhood and helping us secure their neighborhood.
Johnson said when these 131 detectives finish their training later this spring, all detective vacancies will be filled, meaning the city's low rate of solving murder cases could improve. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
Grammy-winning artist Chance the Rapper and Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner plan to meet this week to discuss education funding. In Chicago, the hip-hop performer, whose real name is Chancellor Bennett, saying he'll meet privately with Rauner on Wednesday. Alshon Jeffrey's days with the Bears could be over. The team unlikely to use the franchise tag on the wide receiver. Cubs and Sox play to a 4-all Cactus League tie, and the Bulls battle the Nuggets this evening. The news service of Target. This week at Target, get $15 off when you spend $50 on laundry, cleaning supplies, and other household items. Find everything you need to stock up and save at Target. Some restrictions apply. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
President Trump makes his first address to a joint session of Congress tonight, and you can hear it right here on AM 560. Coverage begins with Joe Walsh at 5 p.m., followed by special pre-speech coverage with Larry Elder at 7. Then hear President Trump at 8. Then stick around for instant analysis and your phone calls with Joe Walsh immediately after the speech.
Let him say it to my face.
All right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Adopt U.S. Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
Your daughter just had her first breakup. Do you A, put yourself in her shoes?
How could he do this to you? And for Sheila, she has split ends.
B, console her.
Oh, sweetie, this is going to happen a lot. 4, maybe 5 more times before you get married.
C, take charge.
Got to get this all straightened out. Give a little talking to, man to man, mano a mano. Hey, Steve. Is now a good time? No? Okay, no problem. Bye.
Or D, help her find a new boyfriend.
I know a great place to meet boys. The internet. Nice, single boys. Never mind. How about some ice cream?
As a parent, there are no perfect answers. But you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Lou Bridges Show, a show about the truth of the foreclosure crisis. Saturday mornings at 8 on AM 560, The Answer.
7:06, let's check the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
Thanks, Mike. Eden's Expressway inbound delays are from Gulf Road to the junction. 25 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 19. Kennedy, 41 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 17 from Montrose, 13 in the Express. Outbound 13 minutes to Montrose, 28 to O'Hare. Mount Eisenhower jammed. Wolf to the Burn Circle, 56 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 32. Stevenson is an hour from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. 49 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound, it's fine. Ryan's 35 minutes, 95th to downtown, fine outbound. I-57, 20 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop 423. Lakeshore Drive still okay. Northbound Tri-State, delays are from 95th to 87th, from the Stevenson to 47th, and from the Reagan-Tollway to North Avenue. Reagan-Tollway, a little sluggish. Raymond to Yackley. Veterans of Oil, stop and go Boughton to Ogden with a crash on the right shoulder. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte at AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center and meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Patchy morning fog with a passing shower, then a strong late afternoon thunderstorm which could bring flash flooding and damaging winds. High today 62. A couple of strong evening thunderstorms which could bring flash flooding and damaging winds tonight. Little rain late at night, low of 41. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Clouds and 50, winds south at 13. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Empowered Investing, the show dedicated to investors. Heard Saturdays at noon right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Obamacare has failed. 17 is going to be a disaster for Obamacare. Let it be a disaster, because we can blame that on the Democrats and President Obama.
The president has made clear he doesn't want to touch these entitlements. Are you comfortable
budget that doesn't do that?
Repealing and replacing Obamacare is fundamental entitlement reform.
I think you have to take the man for his word that he wants to unify the country, and we'll see whether he's able to do so. It's hard to unify the country, though.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Trump addresses Congress tonight, or really addresses you, the American people, through Congress tonight. But they will be in the room, and the address will be on our airwaves, 8 p.m. tonight. So you can tune into AM 560 if you want to hear the president's address. You're moving around.
And then after the address, Joe Walsh will be taking your phone calls up until 11 p.m. Then we're going to break it down for you tomorrow morning at 5 a.m.
So what do you want to hear from Donald Trump, either in substance or in targeting? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. It's time to kind of restate the policy agenda, call on Congress to act on it. This isn't a formal State of the Union address. For his first will come next year, but it's effectively the same. And I suppose it'll take the same form. He'll be scripted. But, you know, even when he's scripted with speechwriters like Stephen Miller, the script can be quite pointed. And I'm sure it will generate more than a few groans and more than a few standing ovations as well on these topics. Now, you heard at the top him meeting with governors yesterday and addressing some of the issues he'll most certainly address tonight, like Obamacare.
Oh, by the way, Governor Rauner wasn't there.
Right. Governor Rauner went out to D.C. to speak to the RGA, the Republican Governors Association, but he
didn't go to the governor's ball or to yesterday's meeting.
You know, it's so
because he doesn't want to associate with President Trump.
It's so funny.
It's like, drop it already.
It's so funny because
alienate some more people. Why don't you?
He also thinks like, they won't, if they don't get a picture of me like shaking hands with Donald Trump in Washington, then they won't be able to tie me to Donald Trump in 2018. I mean, it's bizarre.
He's got to grow up in that way.
It's silly.
He's president. Respect the office of the president.
He should look at his poll numbers. American Heart Association poll that came out yesterday shows Rauner at 32% versus a generic Democrat running against him at 47%. Now, there's a long way to go. But if Bruce Rauner thinks what he's doing right now is winning, then I don't understand the definition of that word anymore. Because I'm not saying he cannot win re-election, because he most certainly can. But what he is doing now does not resemble winning. And oh, by the way, Governor, because I know the nature of your speech before the RGA, you can go out to D.C. with a bunch of successful Midwestern governors and conservative reform governors from around the country and pretend you're Milton Friedman and give one of those, free, great grand defenses of free market capitalism, which you should be giving here, and then come back here and talk like Rahm Emanuel or Jim Edgar from 25 years ago. If you think that little two-step is going to work, where you just shine on whichever audience is in front of you, it's not going to work. And you think 32% is your floor, you can go lower. Could go lower. So that's an aside. He's going to chart his own course as Trump is tonight. But at the top, we played Trump addressing at this meeting of the governors, including Democrat governors. And this is the difference. Trump was willing to put it right between the eyes of a lot of Democrat governors that were in the audience when it came to Obamacare. I wanted to play the full clip of what he said on Obamacare repeal and replace, because the clip we played at the top doesn't fully capture it. It leads you to believe, he's just going to let things get worse and then blame Democrats. He was saying he could do that, but it's not the right thing to do. And I wanted people to hear the full version of what he said on the topic.
Obamacare has failed. I say to the Republicans, if you really want to do politically something good, don't do anything. Sit back for a period of 2 years, because 17 is going to be a disaster for Obamacare if we don't do something. Let it be a disaster, because we can blame that on the Dems that are in our room, and we can blame that on the Democrats and President Obama. Let it implode. And then let it implode in 18 even worse. Don't do anything. And they will come begging for us to do something. But that's not the fair thing to do for the people. Not the fair thing. Politically, I think it would be a great solution. Because as soon as we touch it, if we do the most minute thing, just a tiny little change, what's going to happen? They're going to say, it's the Republicans' problem. That's the way it is. But we have to do what's right, because Obamacare is a failed disaster.
Which is the worst kind of disaster, a failed disaster.
Right, but he also went on to say healthcare is complicated, more complicated than we thought it was, and the liberals are all jumping on that this morning, saying, oh, see, he didn't know the gravity of the office of presidency. No, he's just stating that it's more complicated than he thought.
Well, it's also more complicated to craft the replacement because you have to get agreement.
Right.
And there is disagreement among conservatives in the House with respect to the draft Obamacare replacement bill that leaked last week. The Republican Study Committee and its head, Mark Walker, said, who's a Republican from North Carolina, said yesterday he opposes the draft bill's use of refundable tax credits, for example. A tax deduction is one thing, but refundable tax credits is something that would essentially be a new entitlement, and he's not on board with that. And he's representing other conservative reformers in the House who are not on board with that. So this is where the complication comes in, too, is what exactly does the market alternative look like? And, you know, I go back to Tom Price's bill, and I don't know why they don't go back to Tom Price's bill, but here's something else they can do to get the ball rolling. Heather Higgins has a very good piece in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend on this. She's the CEO of Independent Women's Forum. Independent Women's Voice, I guess, is the organization now. She talks about reconciliation. I don't want to get into the minutia of this, but there is a process called reconciliation that can provide an avenue for partial repeal. Reconciliation is limited to matters of taxing and spending, so it can't be used to repeal some of the more destructive aspects of Obamacare, the regulations that stifle competition, cause premiums to skyrocket, make finding a doctor more difficult, reduce options. But it could eliminate the financial incentives for insurers to stay in the exchanges, writes Higgins, which would accelerate Obamacare's collapse. And it would also mean the GOP, not Obamacare's fundamental flaws, would get blamed for every cancellation and uncovered patient. So to Trump's point about how the D.C. press corps would play it, that's right. But when insurers who are now acknowledging the death spiral have the whatever incentive is left to stay in the exchanges, then it forces perhaps a coalescing around whatever replacement will look like and should look like, and moving that. And I go back to, I think Tom Price's bill is actually the best template. But
so do you think he'll address the replacement for Obamacare tonight?
Well, he's going to have to. I assume it will be addressing it in terms of the animating principles behind behind any replacement. You know, things like competition and individual choice and connecting doctors to their patients rather than having government be the middleman. Without getting into the specifics, but this is something that is front burner. And Trump also understands and has made this explicit that you need to move Obamacare repeal and replace before you can move tax reform. Now, I don't think you have to. This is the choice that he's making. Okay. And so their Wall Street in particular and the business community, the optimism has a shelf life. The optimism that people feel right now, as reflected in part in market performance over the last couple of weeks, that has a shelf life. Doesn't do a repeal and replace that is substantial, if he doesn't do structural tax reform before the August recess, that optimism is going to dissipate, and then you're really going to have internal conflict. You think you have internal conflict now, you don't. Not in comparison to what is coming if you don't move some centerpiece legislation through to signature. What did Obama do? Moved on Obamacare right away. Signed in March of 2009. Moved on it right away. Now they're saying, some members of the Trump administration are saying, there is going to be a repeal and replace bill presented this in March. Today's the last day of February, but next month. And Mnuchin, the Secretary of Treasury, has said we're going to have tax reform done before August because they understand so much of the optimism is predicated on these two pillars of the Trump agenda. And I expect him to spend a lot of time on those topics tonight. One other thing, and he said this, just a quick clip he said yesterday in the same meeting with the governors addressing a range of issues, including K through 12 education.
And very importantly, we are going to work to restore local control to our nation's education system.
Yeah, local control is good. Here's what they're actually going to do, and I hope he makes it explicit in the speech tonight to rally people, particularly in a blue state, seeming blue state like Illinois, certainly Democrat-controlled. Federal tax credit. Federal tax credit for scholarship funds that would not include an opt-out for states, so that you can move school choice from the 24 states that have it now into states whose political leadership won't allow it, and you create a federal tax credit that provides scholarship funds that families can access regardless of what, for example, the Illinois General Assembly has to say about it. Start to provide the resources voluntarily through this federal tax credit that would allow choice in K through 12 education. This is really important. It's why he nominated Betsy DeVos as education secretary, even though this program would, of course, be a Treasury program because it's a federal tax credit. But this is an important promise to keep, and it's particularly an important promise to keep with respect to his larger promise to pay attention to what's happening in urban centers, to provide people in big cities who are on the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum with better schools, safer communities, more economic opportunities. That starts with access to better schools. And so his discussion of a federal tax credit for competition at the K through 12 level, scholarships for kids that are being discriminated against based on their household address and their income, is really important.
And I just
at least it is important to me.
And tonight I hope he takes a presidential tone. I don't want him to bash on the media. I don't want him to take the bait if somebody like, Joe Wilson screams out, "You liar," because I don't know if it'll be a Democratic congressman, but they're bringing guests. And apparently one Democratic congressman is bringing an Iraqi immigrant who was detained at JFK Airport who might want to take him to task tonight during his address.
Well, what is he going to do? Start heckling from the crowd? Well, how well is that going to go over?
I don't want it to turn into a circus.
Oh,
he's egged on easily.
Here's a tip. Heckling doesn't usually redound to the benefit of the heckler.
I mean, Joe Wilson went into hiding. He did not speak to any members of the media.
Yeah, it was kind of a contretemps over something that was relatively fleeting. Yeah, I think that's the least of the concerns, and it will be the least of the takeaways from tonight. This is serious Trump, pragmatic Trump, the guy who is going to advance these flags and keep his promises. Making promises, restating that you're going to make the promises, that you're going to keep the promises, advancing executive orders in furtherance of those promises. That's all well and good. Now you have to move a legislative agenda. And that's the portion of the program we move to tonight.
Hear President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress tonight at 8. Then listen to Dan and Amy tomorrow morning starting at 5 for analysis and your reaction right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, what do you want to hear from President Trump during his address to Congress? 312-642-5600 is our Turnkey.pro answer line. Forecast for today, some clouds right now, as you can see, and we're going to have some thunderstorms late this afternoon, bringing some heavy rain and high winds, a high of 62 degrees. Then tonight, a few thunderstorms around, and tomorrow we're going to have light rain, but that's going to turn into snow. We're going to see anywhere from a dusting up to an inch of snow tomorrow, a high of 42 degrees. Let's get into it. Our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. We see heavy delays on the Veterans Memorial Tollway this morning from I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. An earlier crash at Ogden has cleared. Northbound Tri-States, though, 75th most of the way to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The Edens is 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 23. Kennedy, 48 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 44 now. The Eisenhower, 56 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 34 minutes. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound okay. Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. It's southbound Lakeshore Drive, now jamming up from Montrose to North Avenue, and it's slow 18th to Stevenson. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Hi, I'm Tom Sadeka, President and CEO of Precision Payroll of America. I'm reaching out to you today and asking you to take a look at your business relationships from a different angle. Have you ever wondered what organizations and causes your vendors support? I have, and it's eye-opening. Our nation is divided, and normal, traditional values are coming under attack by heavily financed aggressors. I can tell you that we do not and will never support hood and matter. We do support our veterans, our students fighting for truth, and yes, AM 560. If you currently use or need a payroll service, please let's meet. If you have no need, please consider the other advertisers on this station, as we are all fighting the same fight and we need to unite. To work together, call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. On the web at precisionpayroll.com. Let's talk, let's meet, let's unite.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. There's a Christian genocide occurring in Iraq and Syria, but the left is preventing America from providing asylum for the persecuted. ISIS targets both the Shia and Sunni Muslims who refuse to join its terrorist ranks, but the left is preventing America from providing safe haven to peaceful, pluralist Muslims. Millions of Mexicans, Central Americans, Africans, and Asians desire to flee third world deprivation, but the left is preventing America from opening her doors to many more countrymen of immigrant American citizens. As Flannery O'Connor observed, the left governs by tenderness, which is to say without restraint. Only their feelings about their own goodness matter. This was on display with the left's Day Without Immigrants protest. No distinction was made between people who are in America legally and people who are not. No distinction was made between people who are self-sufficient and people who game the welfare state. No distinction was made between the more than 100,000 criminal illegal aliens released by ICE in 2013 alone, which includes 193 convicted murderers, and children brought here illegally by their parents. Leftist xenophobia, the fear of distinguishing between people who come in peace and predators, is killing both people and the promise of America the world over.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Taking your calls. One other thing I think Trump will address, because I know Steve Bannon will include it in the speech, dismantling the administrative state, deregulation, an important part of getting to 3 or 4% growth, that's for sure. Let's go to Barry in West Dundee. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hey, Barry, you're on.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about the congressman that's taking an Iraqi immigrant. Why doesn't he take somebody from the south side of Chicago?
Okay, thanks for the call, Barry. Why not take somebody from the south side? Well, yeah, I understand. I don't think he's questioning his decision-making authority. He's questioning the judgment. Is that a legitimate?
Yeah.
Is that a legitimate question? Yeah. So who cares about the city centers again? The people in charge, or Lee and Hammond, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, hi. I think Trump needs to try to explain to the American people in plain English the math of Obamacare and why it doesn't add up, and how the average person is going to get run over by this thing like a steamroller. I don't think there's ever been any provisions in Obamacare to fund the expansion of Medicaid in all these states after 2020, was there?
No, that's right. You go down from 90% funding back to the 50-50. It scales back down. It's a budget buster for states like Illinois who don't need any more budget busters. Thanks for the call, Lee.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you save $500,000 in an IRA or 401k, you know it's not really $500,000, right? Because you still have to pay taxes on that money. But here's something that will shock you. Some people will pay through the nose in taxes when they withdraw money from their retirement accounts, while a smart and savvy few will legally pay far less. Could you potentially save thousands of dollars in taxes on your IRA or 401k and keep this money for yourself? Yes, you could. Learn how in a free report called 6 Ways to Tax-Free Income in Retirement from me, Tom Fortino, host of the Alpha Wealth Hour. The free report could save you tens of thousands of dollars. Call 630-873-6326. It's your choice. Pay the IRS or keep this money for yourself. Call 630-873-6326 or visit us on alphawealthgroup.com. That's alphawealthgroup.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Hey, if you're looking to secure financing on a new home or want to refinance your existing mortgage, then you should call David Hochberg over there at Pearl Mortgage. November 11th is Veterans Day, but David thinks veterans deserve more than just one day a year to be honored and celebrated. So he observes Veterans Day every day and encourages you to do the same. David thanks every active or retired veteran he meets for their service to our country and offers them a $400 closing cost credit when they finance or refinance a home with David's team. Now, David thanks homeless veterans by entering one borrower per household into the Rags of Honor Shirt of the Month Club, which is a custom silkscreen and apparel company devoted to hiring homeless veterans for 6 months when their loans close. So if you want to work with a lender who supports and, more importantly, respects veterans, then call David now, 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. David helped me and thousands of AM560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call. 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee 4358, NMLS 19186. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Unlike New Trier High School, we like more speech, not less. We like arguments side by side, not in silos. And as proof of that, New Trier parent Paul Trainer, who supports the Race Day seminar, joins us at 7:37.
And he's in studio. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. 50 degrees, cloudy skies, and President Trump will talk about beefing up the military and border security in a primetime talk heard tonight right here on AM 560 beginning at 8 p.m.
All I can do is speak from the heart and say what I want to do. We have a really terrific, I believe, health care plan coming out. We have to understand Obamacare has been a disaster. It's way out of control.
Trump will address a joint session of Congress. White House spokesman Sean Spicer says the speech will focus on renewal. Former Kentucky Governor Steve Beshear will deliver the Democratic response. President Trump will also reportedly sign an executive order today requiring the EPA to review Obama-era water regulations to make sure the rules are not impacting the economy. It's aimed at the Waters of the U.S. rule covering 60% of waterways in the country. SpaceX says we're getting into the tourism travel business. CEO Elon Musk has announced that 2 tourists are paying big bucks for a trip around the moon next year. Those names are not being made public. Bill Cosby's sexual assault trial will stay in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. However, a decision by the judge, Stephen O'Neill, says that jurors from outside the county will hear that case and they will be sequestered. Just about all of the state of Illinois could see rain and thunder today. There is a heightened risk of severe weather for central and southern Illinois. And a man accused in a Chicago expressway killing has been released from custody after being found eligible for parole in an unrelated attempted robbery case. The Illinois Department of Corrections mistakenly released Garrett Glover on Friday after being sentenced Thursday to 4 years in prison for an attempted armed robbery in 2014 and was given credit for time served since February of 2014. Alshon Jeffrey's days with the Bears could be over. There are multiple reports this morning the Bears are unlikely to use the franchise tag on the wide receiver. Bulls battling the Nuggets at the United Center this evening. Chicago ran its winning streak to 4 games with a victory over the Cavaliers on Saturday. The news, a service of Target. This week at Target, get $15 off when you spend $50 on laundry, cleaning supplies, and other household items. Find everything you need to stock up and save at Target. Some restrictions apply. 7:33 is our time. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager can't trust science anymore.
New York Times, May 9th, 2016. California braces for unending drought.
The climate change world hysteria belongs in the secondhand smoke world of hysteria. There is a poison in the scientific community on anything that has to do with public policy.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, best beans, best roast, best coffee.
Spring is in the air. The days are getting longer and the sun is shining brighter. Wouldn't it be nice to have new, customized window treatments to give your home a fresh look? The Blind Buddy can help you accomplish that without breaking the bank. Forget overpriced big box stores or pushy fly-by-night franchises. The Blind Buddy is an independently owned business serving Chicagoland for over 20 years by one of Chicago's first responders. They offer quality window treatments at affordable prices. Shutters, wood blinds, solar shades. Choose from a wide variety to fit your home or business, plus your style and budget. John, the Blind Buddy, will come to you and personally handle measurement to installation. The whole process can usually be done in 2 to 3 weeks. Read the Blind Buddy reviews on Yelp. Then give John a call to set up a free in-home consultation. The Blind Buddy's got Chicago covered. Visit theblindbuddy.com or call 773-893-0-BUD. That's 773-893-0-BUD.
7:35. Let's get an update on the roads this morning. We do that in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's AM 560's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Eden's delay start around Gulf Road. It's 25 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 23. The Kennedy, 48 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 44. The Eisenhower, an hour and 11 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 38 minutes. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow in pockets from 95th to 31st. And heavy from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial jammed, I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. Traffic is a service of PioneerElectronics.com. In Chicago, traffic information is vital. It can mean the difference between a 30-minute and a 2-hour drive. With Pioneer's in-dash GPS navigation, traffic is displayed on a map in real time. Traffic on demand. Visit PioneerElectronics.com/Chicago to find a retailer. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, a strong afternoon thunderstorms possible. Some of those could bring flooding and damaging winds, high 62, and storms continue into the overnight hours and a low of 41. 50 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Wine Time Radio. Every Saturday at 5 p.m. on AM 560, explore the wonderful world of wine with host James Crooker and Rob Lehner.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So today is the much discussed race seminar day at New Trier High School. We've talked about it for the last several weeks. Publication I started called NorthCookNews.com has written about it.
It's actually called New Trier Civil Rights Day.
Okay.
That's the official.
That's my handle on
it.
It has bubbled up to become a national story. Peter Berkowitz, a scholar at the Hoover Institution, opined on it in the Wall Street Journal last week. And 2 New Trier parents were featured on Michael Smerconish's show on CNN this past weekend. One of them, African-American parent, Tony Duncan, whose kids are Trevians, had this to say in discussing his opposition to the seminar day as currently constituted. And that phrase, as currently constituted, is the key one.
First off, you'll be hard-pressed to find anybody who actually is against seminar day. What it is that most are against is the politicizing of a very nonpartisan issue. Racial equality is something that should not be left or right. It should be something that we approach for one simple value, and that is access to equal education and economic opportunities. So that is what I think is really missing from this seminar, is that we need to get away from the Band-Aid and start looking at an opportunity to make a real cure.
And another African-American parent of a New Trier student, Robert Blackwell, has also weighed in on this seminar, as we've previously discussed on this show, opposing it in its current construction, saying, among other things, in a post that was distributed via social media, there should be some sessions on what economic systems deliver the best results in taking people from poverty to prosperity. Those sessions could involve presenters with some background in history and economics with varying viewpoints on how to accomplish those goals. He went on to say about a particular session in the seminar day, Blackonomics 101, quote, I would never let my daughter listen to that or let anyone give her the impression that it is okay for her to speak like that or that being black means that it is acceptable to be vulgar in order to express yourself, said Robert Blackwell. For an opposing viewpoint on the topic, we're pleased to be joined by Paul Traynor, who is also a New Trier parent, the father of a sophomore at New Trier High School, as well as an incoming freshman at New Trier. Paul, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Dan. Nice to be here.
And so why are Robert and Tony wrong?
I don't know that they're wrong so much as misinformed, and I think they even they have a right to their opinion, whatever it is. I just don't agree with it, and 99% of the township doesn't either.
Well, I don't know what the surveying is, but you say they're misinformed, so explain how they're misinformed.
Well, one of the things that's been so confusing to us, I guess, is as you said, you've been talking about this quite a bit, and it feels like most of the controversy for those of us who live in New Trier has been kind of in this room much more so than it's been anywhere in our community. So, one of the things like with Robert Blackwell, for instance, he originally made a post on a Facebook group that you've since joined that's to talk about this locally. And, he said that, Black Lives Matter are going to come and speak. And that was incorrect. So I went on WTTW the other night. I mistakenly said that. And then he corrected me, and I said, oh, that's great. But the problem is that it's still the headline for the blog post you lifted and called an op-ed on North Cook News, and it's still on the parentsofnewtrier.org website. So there's a lot of false information out there that, unfortunately, it seems like, you guys are really helping to kind of put out there.
No, but Black Lives Matter, so they are not speaking
No,
today?
not at all. Not at all.
But there's no conservative voice
Yeah, there
being
is.
heard.
Sure.
Okay, what's the
so
conservative
like that
voice
seminar?
today?
That seminar, I believe, is called Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter, right? So it's a discussion about which of those things has the right, kind of take on it, and what are the factors involved. And, another one I think that's really a good one to talk about is the Kaepernick one, which I know you've mentioned a couple times. Is he a hero or is he, anti-American or a villain? Right. And I think that the way that that's constructed is that what the kids do is they take their position. So if you're supporting Kaepernick, you're supposed to go in and take the other side. If you're against Kaepernick and think he's un-American, you're supposed to go in and take that side and learn to argue it. So, I just feel like that's the very essence of balance, and it's how we teach our kids. It's so it's just a head scratcher that we can say they're not representing the other sides. It's just not true.
Well, they don't have any presenters that are representing a different perspective, and that was the point that Tony Duncan made on Smirconi's show as well. Of course, he doesn't even identify as a conservative or anything like that, but why conservatives have a perspective. And the Parents of New Trier group, that is a local group, that's New Trier Parents, that you've denigrated and suggest that they are 1% of the opinion on this issue. And I'm not sure that the percentage they represent matters. We're talking about something based on the substantive fairness or lack of fairness of it, not based on 50% plus one making something fair or moral. So the question is, why not expand speech? They didn't talk about eliminating the seminar day. They talked about let's include Bob Woodson or Jason Riley or John McWhorter or Walter Williams or other accomplished African-American men and women in a range of disciplines who have different perspectives on these social justice and economic issues than your presenters do as currently constituted.
Sure, they have said that. And I don't necessarily, again, agree that there's not balance. As far as that goes, I think it's a fair point. And I think a lot of people have said, look, we can get other sides. I think what we're seeing and what we're feeling is, and I've alluded to this on social media and we've kind of talked about it, is, it feels like this is a controversy that is being ginned up by outside influences. And particularly, with all due respect, yourself, that you've injected yourself into this local issue. This Parents of New Trier group says they're growing in organic. And, I don't think it's denigrating of me to say that there's really no evidence that they're anything other than a couple of commentators who've roped in a couple of parents and that they've done a lot of echo chamber appearances on your show
think it's a
and other
big
places.
dictatorship?
Well, that's
no,
not
it's a
true.
big dictatorship when you say if you
No.
can't even opt out of the seminar, though.
Yeah,
and
you
if
can.
You do,
No, you can. You can.
Okay,
Yeah,
and if, so if you do, you
No,
won't be.
absolutely.
You can't try out for spring sports because
That's not
there's
true
free
either. No,
tryouts
that's not
today.
true either. That's the
this is
the Grimmer twins. Your buddies Yasmina and Betsy have been saying that a lot. That was never the case, as far as I know. That was
So
never
if you
the
have a
case.
student, you can opt out.
It's a mandatory seminar.
No, it's a school day. If you go to school, that's
Right.
what you're going to be learning at school. Yes, but it's also mandatory when you go to school and they teach, sex ed or they teach physics or whatever, And I know that the notion of snowflakes is a popular one here. I mean, how delicate do you think our children are that they're going to in one day, be in danger from liberal indoctrination?
No, I don't think
it's absurd.
Well, it's not one day, by the way, because as with the stories we've done, since you're such a fan of North Cook News, you'll note we've talked about Pacific Education Group that has been brought in to train the trainer, teach the teachers. We've talked about Project Seed that has been brought in and paid taxpayer money by the school district. So there are other groups and there's other programming that goes on throughout the year that's not always directed at children, that's directed at the educators. But I want to get back to the practicum for just a second.
Yeah, but in fairness, I mean, you got yourself, you have a $10 million war chest that you got in the last year from Governor Rauner and from, Richard Uihlein and Todd Ricketts, who's, they're all kind of involved in this in the policy circle. And, you're kind of coming in and injecting that there too. So like to say that there's this big scale indoctrination, I mean, you're getting paid from very wealthy, deep-pocketed, outside, very conservative voices to make this a national issue. And I would suggest the only reason it's been on TV is because, you keep talking about it.
Well, I appreciate the power you think I have. Thank you for the credit.
That's a lot of money.
So here's the thing. I know you want to make this about me, but it's not about me. I know you don't want to separate something that is very easily separated. You're talking about a political action committee, which supports state legislative candidates, and I'm talking about an issue that I didn't discover, that was discovered by New Trier parents and bubbled up to the surface to become a news story, which we talk about on this news talk program.
And there was so much opposition that there was a school board meeting about it. I mean,
but
you can't put your head in the sand
if you
about
saw
that.
the clips, when they said stand up and they had the banner, they had over 6,000 signatures in support of this. The opposition was basically Dan live tweeting in the front row with Jasmine and Betsy.
That's
I mean,
true.
with all
I got
due
to defend
respect.
my friend in that aspect.
Well, you can. That's your job, I know.
So Robert Blackwell and Tony Duncan are parents. They don't exist. They're not important.
They exist. Absolutely, they exist.
And the people who spoke at the school board meeting that I attended, as you noted, that's not important because it's just critical mass. Is that how you define morality? Whatever 50% plus one say is right? Because back in the day, a majority of the country believed Jim Crow should be the law, and that was wrong.
You're going deep. You're going deep.
Please don't interrupt me, and then you can respond.
Okay.
The idea is very simple. You're making this a popularity contest where I'm trying to talk about the substance of the program. You're making this about me where I'm trying to talk about the substance of the program. So if you could just address the substance of the program, I think it'd be a more productive conversation.
Yeah, sure. But I do have to take issue with just one thing, which is this whole 50 plus 1. I don't know where you're getting that. The overwhelming stats show it's 100 to 1 in favor of
I don't care.
state.
I don't care if it's 1,000,000 to 1.
Okay, but let me ask you this. So if you came to my house and I had 100 guests at a party and we all were wanting pizza for dinner and you wanted Chinese, would it be right for you to throw a fit and have a tantrum until we got you Chinese? I mean, you have this big megaphone that you're injecting into this issue.
Excuse me. Your home is not taxpayer funded.
And you don't live in our district. You're not even part of this discussion.
Right. I know. You're the one who wants to make me a part of it. I'm talking about the news story. So, for example, I'd like you to address Monica Trinidad's session on Seminar Day today. We charge genocide. Where she essentially, and I know from her previous opining on the topic, she refers to Chicago police as urban terrorists who are committing genocide, and is going to discuss with New Trier students the report on police violence that she delivered in Geneva, Switzerland previously. But that is a particular perspective on policing in Chicago, for which there is no response because Monica Trinidad has a very strong viewpoint on it, as evidenced by the fact she refers to police as urban terrorists.
Well, that's true. I mean, and there's fair points to be made.
Thank you.
Yeah, but here's what I would say is, this is one voice and, she's overstating it maybe, but that's the conversation we seem like we're in nationally because you guys spend a lot of time with leftist indoctrination and anti-American and anti-free market and all these other kind of things. I mean, the din is just so loud, Dan. I mean, you're a smart guy and you could really be a force for good, but I don't know why you're so intent on kind of creating controversy. And this is my kid.
Wait a second.
This is our district.
Wait a second. You just conceded the point that you have a speaker addressing how many ever thousand New Trier students that refers to police as urban terrorists.
Yeah.
And there's no other side presented because she's leading the practicum, and you're suggesting that I'm ginning up controversy. There, you can see the point that it's a national discussion topic.
Yeah.
So then why not bring somebody in, maybe from the police department, from Chicago Police?
I think they have actually a Chicago police officer that's coming in.
Maybe
I think that's someone who's there.
maybe Heather. Well, I know what you think and what is actually true. Maybe Heather McDonald, who's written the book War on Cops. Why not another perspective? See, the thing that's fascinating to me about it is if somebody is unwilling to listen to the argument of the other side, they just want to present their argument in a silo. It seems to me that is evidence that they're not so confident of their position. And that's what this seminar day, which is all white privilege and leftist politics, screams.
Well, why are you having it in the first place? I mean, I heard from a neutral parent that you're having it because white kids wanted to be around more minorities. They didn't know what it was like to be down with the struggle, or because they don't have African Americans living among them.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Amy. I mean, we live in a very affluent, overwhelmingly white part of the country, and, they don't have a lot of interaction on a daily basis. But also, systemic racism exists, and I think this is a big thing that the opposition has tried to, inject into this, which is that there's no such thing as systemic racism, and somehow it's a political thing to say that, people of color have really bad and adverse experiences with the criminal justice system, with the job market, with education in this country, with all of those things. So for us to, act like that's not the case, which, Yasmina and Betsy and, these very vocal opponents say. I was on WTTW with you the other night, and she told me I was stuck in some weird circle because I suggested systemic racism exists.
Racism exists. In fact, Tony Duncan, the black neutral parent we paid at the start of this segment, has suggested that his kids have suffered instances of racist conduct, been victims of racist conduct in New Trier. So
I'm sure.
I can see that it exists.
Especially nowadays.
Especially now, why?
Well, the whole racial tone in this country has gotten very scary and very aggressive, and we've had a lot of anecdotal evidence of since November of emboldened people pushing all kinds of crazy theories.
Yeah. And
saying things.
So there's no issue that racism doesn't exist, but I go back again to ask why not more speech as opposed to constricting speech. Why not more participants? Why not extend the parameters of discussion on the seminar day?
I would say that I think that's a fair point, quite honestly. I do. And I think that that's a discussion that people of good faith can have. But I would also submit with, all due respect, that if there's, any person in the state of Illinois that we don't need more speech from on this issue, it would probably be you, Dan.
Well, I know, because you don't like my speech, and that's fine. The cure for speech you don't like is more speech, as Brandeis said. It just doesn't seem to be the opinion of your chair. I mean, I like more speech. That's why I have you in studio right now.
And I appreciate that. I really do. But I just feel like, I don't know why we have a statewide and a national controversy raging when, I live in New Trier. My kids are there. I don't want to be, subject to this. I don't want us to be looked like the bad, white people who are out of touch or snowflakes or whatever. These are like constant attacks on our community where there's no dissension. And it all seems to be coming out of East Wilmette and this room. And it's not anywhere else in New Trier.
Well, that's not true. That's
just
fact.
I live there.
I can name names, but I'm not going to name names because part of it is. And
they're intimidated and terrified, I know, except for the ones that come on your show and write op-eds or wire points.
They don't want to be harassed.
Yeah. I mean, what about that? So bullying only exists in one direction? If bullying is a real thing, you don't think people that share my perspective fear reprisals for their children? Or fear, reprisals within social circles on the North Shore? Does bullying go in only one direction? Because you seem to be very concerned about it one way and not concerned about it at all when it comes to people who are afraid that they represent a minority viewpoint and are going to be ostracized, or their kids are going to suffer negative impacts if they speak out.
I guess I just don't accept the premise that our, educators at New Trier, which is one of the best schools in the country, would single out or bully any child who is either, speaking his parents' opinions or her parents' opinions or has a differing view. I feel that's a specious claim.
Okay. So
I've got some concerns about your Kaepernick seminar that's going, because you're going to pit students against each other and have them look at each other and argue.
That's what we're doing, right? This is a free exchange of ideas.
Of those beliefs. I mean, how they feel. I think, just as a parent, I think that that's dangerous, fraught with danger.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You may be right.
Why did you? What's the nature of your Kickstarter campaign? You're trying to raise $15,000 or as much as $25,000 to do what?
Yes, sir. I believe, as I've said here, and I appreciate you giving me a chance to say it, that this is a non-local controversy that has been turned into a national and statewide controversy by outside elements And then there is a kind of group within our district that is, below the radar, likes to operate below the radar, that is working to influence and attack public education. And I really think this is something we see nationwide. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's, we see it from the new Secretary of Education all the way down. And, you can say it's tinfoil hat or a conspiracy theory, but it's all it is that people don't have attention spans to sit down and take the 45 minutes or an hour to look at this and say, this is really what's going on. They can hear a soundbite from you and it'll move the goalposts a little bit and they'll think, well, Prof's so upset about this and angry. There must be some point there. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. You know what I mean? But the reality of it is something very, very different. And there's that we've had deep-pocketed interests like yourself who have a vested interest in destroying public education, which you've repeatedly, talked about. The evidence is there.
Wait, okay, just stop. I mean, I can only handle so many talking points at once. One is I don't want to destroy public education, number one. Number two, I haven't spent a dime on this initiative, and nobody has spent a dime on it. This is all people organizing, consistent with the Burkean platoons of democracy, to stand up for their perspective.
Do you know who built their website? Because they got a really fancy professional website. Somebody spent a dime on that, but they won't talk.
I don't know who built their website.
You didn't help them with that?
I did not. I have not spent a dime. This is all silliness. But by the way, the other groups that have spent a dime, in addition to New Trier taxpayers, to bring in national organizations like Project Seed, like Pacific Education Group, and why this is relevant not just to New Trier is because other school districts are employing these same people. In addition to Stand for Children, which is a huge national organization, $17 million budget last year, and they spent money organizing this petition drive that was presented by Mimi Rodman at the school board meeting. So, the kind of whole there's moneyed interest behind this and there's money interest behind that. It's just a smokescreen because you don't want to kind of talk about the substance and the fundamental issue, the fundamental grievance of those who oppose the seminar as currently constituted is just we want more diversity of intellect, more diversity of position and viewpoint than is presented in the seminar. And everything has to be whipped into politics, as you're doing. I'm trying to destroy public education. The Secretary of Education's a bad person. Everybody who opposes me is a bad person.
I said she's trying to destroy public education. Okay. She's probably a good person. You seem like a nice guy.
Well, thank you very much.
But that's why I think people should fund my Kickstarter, because I think what I'll show is the actual story here, which is not being told here. I mean, we've never seen, that I know of, anyone in my 30 years as a Chicagoan inject themselves into a local municipal issue with big money behind them, the way you have on this issue, since you were working for Cicero.
You keep saying the same thing. You keep saying the same thing. I mean, you can vilify me as much as you want.
I'm not vilifying you, Dan. I'm telling you, this is the truth. This is the reality.
You can make this as much about my biography as you want. It just doesn't get you away from the sum and substance of the seminar.
Do you think there's this much risk?
Opposition to it.
How many hours have you spent talking about this? You think there's so much risk in this one day and this handful of seminars these kids will do that you need to, democracy is under attack and you have to be the champion of conservative principles?
Well, Paul, since you're so good at connecting dots that don't exist, why try to connect some that do? I just mentioned the outside consultants that are employed by this district, employed by New Trier, have been employed by other districts too. Stand for Illinois Children is a national organization. So there are elements that are not limited to New Trier. This is a microcosm of a larger issue and a larger discussion about K through 12 education and what's going on in schools. It just happens because of New Trier's national standing and because of its state standing. This is a good opportunity to talk about all of these issues that extend well beyond the corporate boundaries of New Trier Township High School.
Yeah, I agree, but I think it's more, honestly, about than education. I think it's about red mapping, and it's about the way to surreptitiously get conservative candidates stuck into these municipal districts and politicize everything so that, you guys can take over everything.
Okay, it's the vast right-wing conspiracy. All right, Paul Traynor, New Trier parent, the father of a sophomore at New Trier High School. Thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate your time. We'll appreciate you coming in studio. Enjoy the discussion.
All right, thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Paul.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that this product works. I even recommended it to my mother, and she's been taking it, and she's 89 years old.
It makes me feel good. It really does. I could feel a change in my well-being, let's put it that way.
So far, it has helped my irritable bowel. So I'm just praying that it just keeps going, because you don't know, this was a dreadful thing. Dreadful.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Balance of Nature, you guys are awesome. God bless you.
Hey, I have a great idea. Paul should join us when we head to Punta Cana, Dominican
I love a
Republic.
week with Paul on a beach.
Paul with
I
us
like it.
on a beach. And Dan Proft, of course, will be there. Joe Walsh in Punta Cana this spring. So stop thinking about it and do it. Take some action and go to 560theanswer.com, keyword passport, and sign up for our trip. Again, we'll be staying at the Secrets Cap Cana Resort and Spa in Punta Cana. Brand new resort, gorgeous property, all the bells and whistles, 5 restaurants, 7 bars, 24-hour room service. Oh, you're going to want to join us for a cold bevy or to smoke a cigar with Dan or hit the beach and enjoy a little beach volleyball. There's something for everyone, so get more information and book your trip by visiting 560theanswer.com, keyword passport. That's 560theanswer.com/passport. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, we'll be taking your phone calls in reaction to the conversation we just had with Paul Traynor, who's the father of a sophomore at New Trier High School, about New Trier Civil Rights Day. 312-642-5600 is the number. Now let's go into the newsroom to catch up on the latest from here at home and around the world. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, a man charged in a Chicago murder mistakenly released from prison. We'll have that full story. CPS threatens to shorten the school year over state funding. An Aurora man sentenced to 60 years following a huge heroin bust. And the Bulls hosting the Nuggets later on tonight. Strong afternoon thunderstorms are also in your forecast, actually for the entire state today with a high near 62. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. He won't be telling us the State of the Union tonight, but President Trump says when he addresses the nation.
I'm going to try and bring people together.
Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, the president is expected to focus on bread and butter issues in his speech, health care, job creation, and public safety. Also, watch for him to say he's making good on his promise to secure the border.
We're getting the bad ones out, the bad people, gang members, drug lords.
The president told Fox and Friends he'll also talk about boosting the military with a multi-billion-dollar spending plan.
Well, I think the money's going to come from a revved-up economy.
During the interview, the president admitted he needs to communicate better, saying, quote, "My messaging isn't good." Dave?
Rachel, Democrats don't expect to be wowed by tonight's speech to a joint session of Congress that will be aired on many Fox News radio stations. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer thinks it'll be a lot of populist rhetoric. Fellow Democrat Joe Manchin says,
he's my president. I want him to do well, but I think I got to be an honest broker and say, Mr. President, you'd better look at this over here. You better be careful what they might be telling you here. The same thing on the cuts. They're talking about these cuts coming from contingency spending. We've got to be careful. There's a lot of children, a lot of frail people, a lot of elderly people that are depending on that.
President Trump's sons, Donald Jr. and Eric, will be in Vancouver, Canada today to open a new Trump hotel and could see a lot of protesters. There are several marches planned. The U.S. consulate is urging Americans to stay away. A cop turned into a terrorist in Afghanistan.
An Afghan policeman used his rifle to shoot 11 of his colleagues at a checkpoint in the southern Helmand province. A spokesman for the provincial governor says the attacker collected the ammunition and firearms of his colleagues and fled the area in a police car. It's believed he then joined the Taliban.
Fox's Jessica Gallagher, 13 years in prison. That's a sentence for 2 men in Georgia who were part of a group that disrupted a black child's birthday party in 2015, carrying Confederate flags, hurling racial slurs, threatening people with a gun. The 2 were also banished from Douglas County. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy and 50 degrees. It is 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Just about all of the state could see some rain and thunder today. Better chance of severe weather in central and southern Illinois from Pontiac all the way down to Cairo. Everyone on board a flight bound for Chicago is okay, but the plane was forced to make an emergency landing after leaving San Diego yesterday. Shortly after American Airlines Flight 1296 left San Diego, it was redirected to Denver. The plane was experiencing what many were calling extreme turbulence over the Rocky Mountains. A man accused in a Chicago expressway killing has been released from custody after being found eligible for parole in an unrelated attempted robbery case. The Illinois Department of Corrections mistakenly released Garrett Glover Friday. Glover had been in jail since February 2014. When sentenced, he was given credit for time served. At that point, he was supposed to be returned to the custody of the Cook County Sheriff's Department. Jesse Jackson Jr. speaking out for the first time since filing for divorce from his wife, Sandy. The disgraced former Southside congressman telling reporters yesterday that the time he and his wife spent in prison for misusing campaign funds ruined their marriage.
I made some mistakes over a 10-year period. They were expensive, and I paid it all back. I'm near bankruptcy right now. I owe the government nothing.
He also says he's trying to protect his teenage children by preventing details of the divorce case from being made public. Cubs and White Sox played to a 4-4 tie in Cactus League action yesterday. The Bulls battle the Nuggets at the UC tonight. The news a service of Unbound. When you sponsor through Unbound, you not only open the door to education for a young person, you empower a family to build a foundation of financial stability, empowerment, and respect. See your contribution grow into opportunity at unbound.org. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network and a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Target sales continue to slide, dropping during the holiday season. The company reported a disappointing quarter and says it expects sales to continue to fall. Though sales at stores declined, its online sales increased 34%. Moody's Investor Service says the number of U.S. retailers it's ranking as most distressed has more than tripled since the Great Recession in 2008 and 2009. Retailers are losing business to Amazon and other online shopping sites, and it's forcing many of them to spend heavily on e-commerce. SeaWorld Entertainment lost money in its recent quarter. It's blaming the impact of Hurricane Matthew last October, saying it reduced attendance at its Florida park. Attendance improved in Texas and California. The Dow was up 15 yesterday. NASDAQ added 16. S&P gained 2. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
President Trump makes his first address to a joint session of Congress tonight, and you can hear it right here on AM 560. Coverage begins with Joe Walsh at 5 p.m., followed by special pre-speech coverage with Larry Elder at 7. Then hear President Trump at 8. Then stick around for instant analysis and your phone calls with Joe Walsh immediately after the speech.
Let him say it to my face.
All right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Adopt US Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
Your daughter just had her first breakup. Do you A, put yourself in her shoes?
How could he do this to you? And for Sheila, she has split ends.
B, console her.
Oh, sweetie, this is going to happen a lot. 4, maybe 5 more times before you get married.
C, take charge.
Got to get this all straightened out. Give a little talking to, man to man, mano a mano. Hey, Steve. Is now a good time? No? Okay, no problem. Bye.
Or D, help her find a new boyfriend.
I know a great place to meet boys. The internet. Nice, single boys. Never mind. How about some ice cream?
As a parent, there are no perfect answers. But you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
My daughter started school, and I find myself worrying if she is getting home safe while I'm still at work. I wish I could check up on her.
Alarm Detection Systems offers remote control of your security system from your phone. Get text or video alerts when someone's at your door. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
Our neighbor had thousands of dollars in flood damage and lost several items that are irreplaceable. Is there a security solution to receive early warning of an event like this?
Of course. Alarm Detection Systems has flood detection systems alerting you when water gathers in your home, giving you time to react. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest-growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chris Veldman of ServiceMaster DSI, the largest ServiceMaster franchise in the United States and a customer of Signature Bank. In our business, we respond to disaster, and we never know when disaster will strike, whether it's flooding in Louisiana or a house fire in Chicago. Not all banks understand that need for flexibility, but Signature Bank does. That's why we consider them so much more than a bank. They have been our business partner since 2006, when their three co-founders, Mick, Kevin, and Brian, started the bank. Signature Bank is a key part of our growth strategy at ServiceMaster DSI.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
It's 8:08. Let's get an update on the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy is heavy all the way in from O'Hare. It's an hour and 5 minutes from the airport to downtown. 41 minutes from Montrose. 31 on the Express. Outbound 36 to O'Hare. Eden's 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 24. The Eisenhower. An hour and 11 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. 56 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 38 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 4 minutes. 3:55 to the drive. Outbound 36 minutes. Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive is jammed. Hollywood to North Avenue and slow 18th to the Stevenson. Tri-state delays are northbound Harlem to Ogden and St. Charles to the Grand Avenue curve. Veterans Memorial, really heavy. I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. Army Trail toll to 290. Northbound 53, heavy at the Adams Tollway with a crash on the right side. The other Illinois tollways look good. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Areas of fog for the morning with a passing shower, then a strong thunderstorm later in the afternoon, which could bring flash flooding and damaging wind. High 62, couple of strong thunderstorms tonight, low 41. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
50 at O'Hare. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Tuesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
If we do the most minute thing, just a tiny little change, what's going to happen? They're going to say, it's the Republicans' problem. That's the way it is. But we have to do what's right because Obamacare is a failed disaster.
The president has made clear he doesn't want to touch these entitlements. Are you comfortable with a budget that doesn't do that?
Repealing and replacing Obamacare is fundamental entitlement reform.
I think you have to take the man for his word that he wants to unify the country, and we'll see whether he's able to do so. It's hard to unify the country, though.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Number 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Got a full board to talk about this new Trier race seminar that's happening today. We just talked at length with Paul Traynor, father of a sophomore in New Trier who's leading the opposition to the opposition, I guess.
And blamed everything on you. You are to blame, Dan. You're an outside agitator who doesn't have kids, who doesn't live in their district, and that you've elevated this to a national discussion.
Yep, all the parents who've organized there, the parents who spoke at the school board meeting, the parents who've gone on national cable television, national television, who've written op-eds on the topic, they are all to be just dismissed out of hand. And also, too, in terms of the pressure, this is really interesting. I got an email from a friend. The whole idea that this today is mandatory and you would jeopardize your ability to try out for certain sports that are scheduled for today.
Yeah, girls' tennis is scheduled today. I know that.
If you don't attend, this individual is telling me the opt-out without consequences for sports was a change last week after Betsy Hart and company, all the people that Paul was criticizing, after they pushed for it. So there wasn't an opt-out initially, and there is an opt-out now that does not endanger your ability to try out for sports that are scheduled today, only because of the pressure from all of these New Trier parents that oppose the seminar as currently constituted that Paul Traynor and the others just dismiss out of hand. And again, it's also worth noting that the fundamental point, the fundamental complaint, that all we want is this seminar to be extended to include more diverse viewpoints, was conceded by Traynor. And then he had to make it about me and conspiracy theories and so on. Let's take some calls. New Trier parent Suzanne from Wilmette. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I had 3 kids graduate from New Trier. I'm a taxpayer at New Trier, and I'm incredibly offended that he ascribed like a uniformity of thought to us, that we all agree, and that you got us riled up. Like we don't have a brain in our head to see what was going on.
Right.
It makes me crazy.
Thanks.
And when I read about that PEG and that their motive for having teachers do it is they want them to feel shame, guilt, and I forget what the other one was.
Yeah.
About it. And, I went to Morgan Park on the south side for high school, and I truly appreciate the experience my kids had at New Trier. But, to say that they should in any way feel guilt about white privilege makes me insane.
Thanks for the call, Suzanne. Appreciate that. And by the way, we didn't even get into some of the details of what those outside consultants, Pacific Education Group and Project Seed, are telling the teachers, who are in turn telling the students about how to teach minority children versus white children. It is really bigoted, frankly. We didn't have time. There's so much to talk about. I love this text, 815. So the British weren't the problem. It was Paul Revere and the big money behind him. that was basically Paul Traynor's argument. Very funny. Jasmine in Wilmette, one of the parents that Paul Traynor mentioned.
Hey, Dan, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, this began with my family around the kitchen table trying to get ready before Christmas in 2015 when my daughter was exasperated and said, Mommy, do I have to apply to any of these programs? At the time, there were 60. This was back in 2015. So I went before the school board in 2016 and said, this is not helpful. And people, when I tried to get people to come back in 2016 to speak, they wanted to, but they were afraid. The stigma that's attached, the labels that are thrown like Paul does with dark money and these big backers. No, this started with parents who were concerned about what their children were going through. In fact, we have a petition of over 250 people who said, look, it's a sad commentary when I have to be afraid to have my name displayed for agreeing that other points of view on the topic should be represented. It's as if I'm living in some totalitarian state. I think more people agree but are afraid to get involved. I held off for a week before I signed this petition. Anyway, so we've been receiving so many of those kinds of comments where people want to speak up, but they're afraid. So Paul's ridiculous, just insane, really, that, there's big money behind this and these shadowy figures.
Well,
there is no such thing.
Yeah.
These are concerned parents who want more voices to have another side represented here. And it's just absurd.
Thanks for the call, Jasmine. And as I said to Paul, I only found out about this issue because a New Trier parent sent me the curriculum for seminar day.
Right.
That's how I found out about it.
And you told him that, but he still didn't believe
I'm not
you.
skulking around in the corners at New Trier High School. It's just so silly.
No, you want to plant your candidates in there.
Yeah.
Have them go to board meetings.
Taking over the world, one high school at a time. Joan in Wilmette, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hello?
Hi, Joan, you're on.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that I have 2 kids. One's a 14-year-old girl, and she's a freshman, and she came home yesterday in tears, and she said that her advisor stood up and said, if you don't come tomorrow to class, remember what kind of a message that sends, that you are against racial, civil rights.
Right, there you go.
This is what my 14-year-old heard. Then in social studies class, she heard from the social studies teacher, we are going to be discussing Racial Seminar Day on Wednesday, and I expect everyone to be participating. And she said to me this morning, if I don't go to school, then my social studies teacher is going to know I wasn't there either. My 16-year-old had tears in her eyes yesterday saying, if I don't go to school, Mom, I'm going to be considered racist. What it's turned in now, it's all about attendance. The administration is nervous because last year only 40% of the kids, 60% of the kids showed up. 40% did not show up. And so they're now making concessions and saying, okay, well, just come and hear the keynote speaker, and then if you're not comfortable, you can leave. Right now, they're just trying to do anything they can with intimidation to drive up the attendance to get kids there so they can turn around and say, look, 87% of the kids did come. See?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Joan. I mean, isn't that so enlightened of the left?
So sad.
Bigot baiting a 14-year-old.
Well, they're being bullies, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Ken in Palatine, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Amy. I get very frustrated with the left when, as you very succinctly pointed out, that the right is usually in favor of expanding the conversation to expand the ideas that children have, especially when it deals with education. We see it in the colleges as well. And then when you do that, when you point that out, like you did with bringing in Walter Williams and some other people on the other side of the aisle from the African American community, then you get accused of ginning up the argument, and the right is the problem, and guys like Dan and those shadowy figures out there in the right who are just lurking in the corners, as you put it, waiting to destroy liberalism. If they really had that much confidence in their ideas and they really had that much confidence in their thoughts, they would expose them to the children on both sides or 3 sides or 10 sides, whatever it is, and let the sunlight of ideas into the room. And then we'd really have a free and prosperous and liberal country.
Thanks for the call, Ken. Text from 847. Plotting against New Trier. Proft is too busy plotting to get sportscasters suspended from their jobs. That's very funny.
Hear President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress tonight at 8. Then listen to Dan and Amy tomorrow morning starting at 5 for analysis and your reaction. Right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Awesome. Clouds right now. Strong afternoon thunderstorm that could bring some flooding and damaging high winds. Warm today, a high of 62 degrees. Then tonight, the thunderstorms continue. And tomorrow, the light rain is going to turn into snow. We could get anywhere from a dusting to an inch of snow, a high of 42 degrees. Let's get into our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. The Edens Expressway has been a little lighter than usual this morning. Right now, it's 21 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. It's clear once you get past Winnetka Road. Inbound Kennedy, heavy all the way in now. Well, the delays start around Nagel, so it's improved a little, but it is 57 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 39 from Montrose, 31 on the Express. Up on 36 minutes to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 11 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, 56 minutes from Manheim. Up on 38 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 4 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, up on 36 minutes. The Ryan, 35 minutes, 95 to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive is brutal from Hollywood to North Avenue. 40 minutes, Hollywood to Monroe, and it's slow 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound Tri-State delays are from Harlem to Ogden and St. Charles to the Grand Avenue Curve. Veterans Memorial delays, Fountain to the Reagan, Tollway and Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
If you could quickly and painlessly clear your psoriasis or vitiligo, would you?
No matter how big the psoriasis is, no matter how small the psoriasis, we can help you.
Ashley is a clinical specialist for Extract, the amazing in-office treatment for psoriasis and vitiligo that's clinically proven to show immediate results with up to 95% clearance.
What my patients love most about the Extract treatments is it's safe, it's FDA cleared, and they're seeing results very quickly.
End the embarrassing, painful patches and discoloration with Extract. There's no medications, no topical ointments, and virtually no side effects. Extract uses light to transform your skin and change your life. It's covered by all major insurances and Medicare, and will help you find a doctor close by.
I love what I do. I love coming in every day and making a difference in patients' lives. It's amazing.
Call now to live Extract clear. Call 800-961-9279. That's 800-961-9279. 800-961-9279 or visit xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply.
My name is David Hochberg, Vice President Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. According to creditcard.com, cardholders in Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, and Michigan are carrying over $33,000 of debt on their credit cards. The Federal Reserve recently increased the interest rates 1/4 of a point which according to credit enhancement expert Gary Novell, will increase the average credit card holder's interest payments $825 a year. The good news is home values have rebounded, so now is an excellent time to use your home's equity to eliminate your stress, pay off credit card debt, and lower your monthly payments. To see if you can use your home's equity to pay off your debt, give me a call now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License T 4358, and MLS 19186.
I own a fast food restaurant that was broken into early this morning. They tore the alarm panel right off the wall, and alarm detection systems came in the same day to replace it.
Same-day service is available to all of our customers. Never worry about your security system. Get to know Alarm Detection Systems. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
I'm living alone for the first time in 40 years, and I'm worried something might happen to me.
Live independently with a medical alert device from Alarm Detection Systems. Setup is easy, and 24/7 emergency assistance monitoring is included. Alarm Detection Systems is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
AM 560, The Answer.
I'm going to call you Dr. Evil.
Yeah, I know. Me and my dark interests and all that jazz.
$1 billion.
Conspiracy theories are fun, but they're the fodder for weak intellects. And that's the opposite of what we have up next. We have a strong intellect, and his name is Evan Siegfried. He's a Republican strategist. He's the author of GOP GPS. That's a lot of acronyms. How to find the millennials and urban voters the Republican Party needs to survive. And we'll do a little Trump speech preview with Evan Siegfried, who joins us now. Evan, thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
So, speaking of the nature of your book, looking at millennials and urban voters, one of the things I've argued is that a key for Trump, amid all of the tax reform, Obamacare replace and repeal, immigration policy, defanging the administrative state, is federal tax credit to provide the opportunity scholarships for children like in D.C. and 24 states, opportunity scholarships for children disproportionately in urban centers, disproportionately minority, to access better schools. Is school choice one of those pathways to Republicans and this administration doing a better job with millennials and urban voters?
School choice absolutely is. It's that, as well as going out and reducing regulations, because millennials are actually the most entrepreneurial generation in history. So when you see millennials going out and saying, we don't want to be in a typical corporate structure, we want to have our own business that we're really passionate about, they try and start them, but the overarching too regulated state basically prevents them from doing that, and they wind up working at Starbucks while they try and figure out why they can't leave a door open more than 32 degrees or something like that. It's very bizarre, and President Trump is the president who takes on those regulations.
So how does he attract people to the GOP party?
I'm sorry?
How do you, find millennials and urban voters and convince them to be Republicans?
Well, it's going to take a long time. We have to counter the caricature of the Republican Party. What a lot of millennials and urban voters see are they keep being told the Republicans are the party of the crusty old white guy and only looking out for the rich. And that's simply not true. Part of the way we counter it is just show up to town hall meetings in urban areas that are heavily Democratic and just listen. And that will earn us respect and ultimately the right to be heard. And if we can respectfully disagree, like I am a huge New York Yankees fan, and you guys, I assume, are Cubs fans.
Oh, now you've done it, White Sox.
Cubs and White Sox.
But we can still sit and talk over a beer and say, okay, well, we still love baseball. itself, and that is sort of the model for doing it. The more people who do it, the more respect we'll earn on the opposing side and be able to pull people over. I say this as somebody who used to be a Democrat and became a conservative because of conversations like that I had with now good friends who have worked in D.C. and said, no, I think that idea is wrong. Here's an alternative.
And it seems to me, too, with the bully pulpit the President of the United States has, Trump's continued emphasis on willingness to engage with mayors and other state and local leaders with respect to making urban communities safer, providing access to better schools, creating more job opportunities. Even that focus starts to engage people who otherwise might not engage because they think they're being ignored. The attention he's paying is helpful.
Yes, the attention is very helpful. I've been one calling for Republicans to go out and focus on places like Chicago and deal with the violence there, and places like New York City, which are essentially run by Democrats, and they basically say there are problems that we need to deal with. And here they are. But nobody up until President Trump was going out and speaking about them. And I'm very, very happy that he's doing it. And I didn't support him terribly much in the primaries, but now I'm really happy that we have a Republican who's raising these issues, and I hope other Republicans will follow suit.
So right now, President Trump getting ready to address Congress for the first time as Commander-in-Chief. We're going to be taking it live here on AM 560, The Answer, just in case you were wondering, Evan. But what do you expect to hear from him tonight?
Well, I expect President Trump to talk about his first month in office and to say we've done X, Y, and Z. He'll talk about Neil Gorsuch, absolutely. He's going to point a finger the Democrats' way and challenge them to try and stop the nominee, but do so in a more friendly way, not in a direct way. It's going to be somewhat of a campaign-style speech, but the one thing that a lot of congressional Republicans and people like myself want to hear are more details on what exactly his plans are. Repealing and replacing Obamacare is very tough, as we all know. And the question is, what are we repealing it and replacing it with? And President Trump said on the campaign trail from day one, we're going to replace it with something terrific. We don't know what that is. The closest thing we've gotten to a plan was when he said we want to eliminate state lines, which is a good start, but that won't fix the problem. Additionally, we have to hear he's going to talk about how he's going to increase military spending by $54 billion. To put it into perspective, he says he's going to pay for it with he's going to pay for it with cuts to other governmental agencies. But the State Department itself runs on an annual budget of roughly $63 billion. So you can't do, and same with all other departments, you can't do cuts and still expect to have functioning agencies and pay for this $54 billion increase. There's going to have to be another way that we can fund it, and I want to hear what his ideas are before I pass judgment.
All right. He is Evan Siegfried, a Republican strategist, author of the book GOP GPS, How to Find the Millennials and Urban Voters the Republican Party Needs to Survive. Evan, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I've seen it in my lab. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection, and I know that it works.
Balance of Nature is providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, we want to thank Murkis chocolates in Huntley and Palatine. Did I say it right?
Morkis. And we're going to be at their Palatine location on March 29th, part of our Signature Bank business tour. Morkis from Orkis Chocolates.
Well, yeah, they brought in the Ponchkis, or do you say Punchki?
Punchki. No, nobody actually knows how to pronounce it, including the Polish.
Okay, so I'm all right here.
Experts and scholars disagree.
Well, thanks so much to our friends at Morkis. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Constance Brewer will be here, and later, why some people in Sweden are being paid to have sex. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
50 degrees, cloudy skies. President Trump about to give the biggest speech since late in the campaign. Since he's taken office, he says his words will mean more tonight than ever before.
All I can do is speak from the heart and say what I want to do. We have a really terrific, I believe, health care plan coming out. We have to understand Obamacare has been a disaster. It's way out of control.
Trump exclusively with Fox and Friends this morning. He says he'll also advocate for a sharp boost in defense spending. There are new bomb threats against Jewish community centers across the country. At least 20 threats phoned into centers in a dozen states yesterday. 80 who voted in the last election and were not U.S. citizens are being prosecuted in Ohio. Several hundred others who registered there but did not cast ballots are being urged to cancel their registrations. SpaceX getting into the travel tourism business. CEO Elon Musk announcing 2 tourists have paid big dollars for a trip around the moon late next year. Just about all of the state of Illinois could see some marginal risk for rain and thunder today, but an elevated risk for residents from Pontiac South to Cairo. Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx looking into certain cases now involving a former Chicago police sergeant convicted of corruption. Prosecutors say any convictions where Ronald Watts was involved will be under review. Chicago Public Schools officials are seeking a preliminary injunction that would bar the state of Illinois from dispersing any education funding until they say it adequately funds the state's largest school district. Faced with a huge deficit and upcoming teacher pension payment, CEO Forrest Claypool says the school year in Chicago could end 3 weeks early on June 1. Chicago sports, Cubs and the White Sox battled to a 4-all tie in Cactus League action. Bulls take on the Nuggets tonight at the UC. The news, a service of Staples. Are you trying to acquire new customers for your business? Staples Print and Marketing helps you promote your business with low prices on presentations, signs, pens, mugs, and more. Right now, you can get 15% off custom signs and banners. Ends 3/24. See an associate for details. Staples, make more happen. 8:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher breaks some tough news to protesters.
Okay, good. Go march around. Carry a sandwich board and yell that he's not my president. The ultimate truth is he is. You want to stand around and think you're going to make a difference? Go ahead. I believe with all of my heart, you're not going to make a difference. You're not going to move the needle 1 inch.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you hiring? Indeed.com delivers 5 times more hires than any other job site. Post your next job opening on the world's #1 job site, Indeed.com.
Hey, are you thinking about the IRS right now? Man, if the IRS is coming after you, your problem, your IRS problem is there day and night. You need help to fight the IRS. I recommend you call my very good friend, Attorney Stephen Leahy of Open Tax Resolutions. Hey, he's got a special offer going on right now. If you're not certain about your position with the IRS, he will pull your personal IRS transcripts and find out exactly where you stand for free. Find out where you stand. If you owe back taxes, if you have unfiled returns. Hey, if you're afraid of the IRS, call my friend Steve Leahy now. 312-664-6649. Steve's the host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard every Sunday at 5 right here on AM 560. He's also a really good friend of mine, and I don't know of anybody better in dealing with the IRS. Call him now. Steve Leahy, 312-664-6649. That's 312-664-6649.
As a parent, you want what's best for your children.
That means sending them to a school where they'll get the superior education they deserve, and that also shares your values. That can be tricky these days, as public schools have changed and private schools can be expensive. Your household budget has already been cut to the bone, and it's hard to imagine where you'll find that extra money. Well, there's help to lessen that financial burden and provide your child with the very best education at half the cost. At AM 560 The Answer, we work with private schools throughout the Chicagoland area to provide tuition for families at half the normal cost. Just log on to halfpriceschools.com and you'll find some of Chicagoland's finest private schools, from preschool all the way through high school, at half the cost. And chances are there's a school right in your neighborhood. Invest in your child's education and future at halfpriceschools.com. A limited number of half-price vouchers are available. Go to halfpriceschools.com now.
If you're aged 59 and a half or older with the 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call Arlington Capital Management at 855-471-5796. They'll help you actively manage your 401k, show you strategies to avoid major declines, and capitalize on opportunities. There are benefits with age, and this is one of them. At 59 and a half, you're entitled to new opportunities in the investment world that can dramatically improve your results and even lower your fees. Call 855-471-5796 now and take the first step toward getting more out of your retirement assets. The team at Arlington Capital Management proactively explores the market, our economy, and all of the variables that offset your investments. Call 855-471-5796 now for a complimentary consultation. That's 855-471-5796 or visit arlington-capital.com. You worked hard to accumulate your nest egg. Now, it's time to put your money to work for you.
Are you behind in your mortgage, facing foreclosure, being given the runaround on a loan modification application by some bank or servicer? Well, you're not alone, but I may be able to help you. My name is Lou Bridges. I'm with the law firm of Lou Bridges & Associates. We've put together a team to help distressed homeowners like you. Give us a call. We give everyone who's eligible a free consultation. I guarantee you it will not be a sales pitch. We will give you our honest analysis, counsel, recommendations, and advice regarding your options.
We are experts in doing loan modifications successfully. We know the regs. We understand the process. Most importantly, we don't take no for an answer. We fight. We are prepared, and we win. We save houses. We make houses affordable. So if you want to keep your house affordable, contact us.
Go to bridgeslaw.net or call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231.
Remember, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
Let's get an update on the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Mike, the northbound tri-state is heavy from Harlem to the Hinsdale Oasis, then from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. Eden's 21 minutes, Lycook to Montrose, outbound 27. The Kennedy, 57 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, 39 from Montrose, 31 on the Express, outbound 33 minutes to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 15 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 48 minutes. Stevenson, an hour 10, 3:55 to the drive. Crash before the Rhine and the two left lanes. The Rhine, 35 minutes, 95th to the loop. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. A strong afternoon storm possible for the area. Most of the heavy weather just south of the Chicago area. But we'll keep a possibility in the forecast with a high of 62, 50 right now. Next news coming up at 9. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Airwaves. Check out the show that's all about making money in real estate every Sunday at noon on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. What?
We have to make a correction. It's the bakery that was so gracious and gave us our punch keys is Morkey's Chocolates in Huntley and Palatine.
That's what I said. I said Morkey's initially, then I was chastised saying it was Morkus.
It's Morkey's.
Scholars disagree, much like on the pronunciation of punch key.
Punch key.
Nobody knows how to pronounce it.
But Morkey's is the name. Morkey's Chocolate is the name of the bakery. So thank you so much.
Are you sure it's Morkey's?
Don't get in my head.
We're going to be in Palatine at the Morkey's location the Morkey's location, Palatine, March 29th, part of our Signature Bank business tour.
Maybe they'll let us bake.
Maybe
we can make some punchkis.
Maybe we'll figure out how to pronounce the name of their business by then. All right, we talked a little bit earlier about the good news for Amy and Peyton and Eli, that likelihood they're getting out of school 3 weeks earlier because CPS can't keep the lights on despite $15,000 plus per kid that they spend annually. You've got Forrest Claypool, the head of the Chicago public school system, who on an interview call-in on WBEZ didn't know how to explain how the teachers' pensions system works.
Oh, really?
They have to make a $700 million payment this June to a pension system he doesn't understand, unable to articulate it, and you wonder why we have the problems we have. It doesn't matter for him. He doesn't need to know how it works because you just take your tin cup and you bang it around the rail in Springfield and you demand more money and you file suit and you claim everybody who doesn't want to write you a blank check is a racist. That's the playbook for Forrest Claypool and the men and women of always in Chicago. Now, by contrast, a group of charter schools that are regularly pilloried by the education establishment in Chicago have launched a new organization, Elevate Chicago. It's a pro-charter school coalition. They recently released a report that details the charter schools in Chicago's performance as compared to their neighborhood counterparts. And for more on this topic, we're pleased to be joined by Constance Brewer, who is the Chief External Affairs Officer for the Noble Network of Charter Schools. Constance, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
So one of the criticisms of charter schools coming from teachers' unions in particular, but those that are just opposed to school choice at the K through 12 level generally, is all those charter schools, they don't really outperform the neighborhood schools, and they're taking resources away from those neighborhood schools that could otherwise be going to educate children who those local schools can't turn away the way that some charter schools are able to make decisions on who can and cannot attend. How do you respond to those criticisms based on the research you've done?
Sure. Thank you so much for the question. I appreciate the opportunity to clear up some misconceptions about charter schools. So by law, charter schools are publicly funded, open enrollment, free public schools operated by nonprofit organizations. So when a family decides to send their child to a charter school, they apply, and when there's a seat, we take that kid. And so that's very important for people to understand about charter schools. And in terms of performance, I can tell you from this white paper we released, compared to students who graduated from other public high schools, Chicago charter school graduates were 20% more likely to enroll in college. And this is incredibly huge because we know the impact that a college degree can have on a student, particularly the students that we serve here in Chicago, which are primarily low-income, minority, first-generation college students.
And it's open enrollment. You don't have
Not selective enrollment.
Not
right.
selective enrollment. So what are the top 5 charter high schools in Chicago?
So I work for the Noble Network of Charter Schools, and we have 17 high schools here in the city of Chicago. And we're very fortunate due to the hard work of our teachers, our principals, and the commitment of students and families to occupy several of those top charter school slots in terms of college enrollment. And I think it's important to point out that if you look at the top 20 public high schools for college enrollment in Chicago, that half of those schools were charter schools, Noble and other schools. And this is important because compared to their peers at selected enrollment district-run schools, so these are schools that you have to apply to and have take an exam to get into, students at charter schools in the top 20 public high schools were more than twice as likely to be students with special needs, twice as likely to be low income, more than 4 times as likely to be bilingual. I could go on and on, but it just goes to show that we're serving the highest need students, but getting incredible results with college enrollment.
Yeah, and so one of the interesting metrics for me is always, well, what's the demand? What's the demand for these alternatives? And so what is the wait list for charter schools in Chicago right now?
It can vary. Some have hundreds, some have thousands. I could speak to a particular example for a STEM school on the Northwest side, where just this year alone, we received 1,900 applications for 150 open seats.
Yeah, exactly. I've heard that. I've seen the numbers from Illinois Network of Charter Schools as high as 25,000 citywide. And that, I guess, is my point. So if you have that much demand, and you have the performance that you're describing among the system across the city, then why would Mayor Emanuel and other politicians agree to put a cap on charter schools? Wouldn't you want more of them to meet the demand?
Yeah, it's a great question. I have to say that last fall, my mind was pretty blown by these conversations that were happening between the district and the union regarding a possible cap, and it ended up being a cap on the number of charter schools. This was the first time in United States history that this cap had made its way into a union contract, and I do think that Chicago should be setting all kinds of firsts in education, but this is the wrong kind of first. At the end of the day, the choice of where one should send their child, that lies with students and families. And if a parent wants to send their child to a charter school, then they should be allowed to do that. No cap, no union contract should dictate whether that happens. If they want to send their child to a selective enrollment school, they should be allowed to do that. I mean, needs are so diverse from child to child, and it really should be just an intimate conversation and decision amongst family members on what's best for that child and left up to that family's choice.
Very well stated. She is Constance Brewer, Chief External Affairs Officer, for the Noble Network of Charter Schools. The new organization that produced the white paper she referenced is called Elevate Chicago, Pro-Charter School Coalition in the city. Constance, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, and have a great day.
You too.
Yep, and she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress tonight at 8. Then listen to Dan and Amy tomorrow morning starting at 5 for analysis and your reaction right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, Swedes are getting paid to have sex. Plus, did you know about the man who stole the show at the Oscars? He's from Chicago, but what about his past? What brought him there? But first, a strong thunderstorm this afternoon, high winds, some very heavy rain, 62 degrees. And tonight we're going to have a few thunder boomers around here. And on tomorrow, which would be Wednesday, it's going to be breezy, cooler than we're used to. Rain turning into snow. We could have up to an inch of the white stuff by the afternoon, a high of 42. Let's get to the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Delamonte.
Thanks, Amy. In the Loop, got a person hit by a car westbound Randolph at LaSalle. Eden's 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. The Kennedy with delays starting at Nagle, 57 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 39 from Montrose, 31 on the Express. Outbound 33 to the airport, the Eisenhower. An hour and 15 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. It's 58 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 48 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. And a crash before the Ryan in the two left lanes. Outbound 48 minutes. The Ryan from 95th to downtown is 35 minutes. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, slow Lawrence to North Ave, and 118th to the Stevenson. Northbound Tri-State stop and go from Harlem to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
On March 10th, Catholic Citizens of Illinois will feature Dr. Richard Basurgian, president and founder of Yorktown University and author of The Coming Death of Higher Education. Dr. Basurgian's talk will highlight the nature of higher education, the value of character education, and the failure to educate for responsible citizenship. The current system of higher education has priced itself beyond the ability of most American families to pay for a college education. As a graduate of Notre Dame, Dr. Basurgian plans to focus his talk on Catholic higher education. Join them at the Union League Club of Chicago on March 10th at 11:45 a.m. That's March 10th at 11:45 in the morning. For reservations or information, visit CatholicCitizens.org. That's CatholicCitizens.org. Or call Maureen at 708-352-5834. That's 708-352-5834.
AM 560, The Answer.
This is just fascinating because I watched the Oscars and was kind of horrified, but a lot of people loved that this couple from Chicago was in front of the audience. You know, they were surprised. But Gary Allen Coe, as it turns out, 22 years in prison for attempted rape.
Yeah, I kept asking it. The reports were all multiple felonies, and I wanted to know the nature of those felonies. Now we know.
Yeah, as 1994, attempted rape on a woman, armed. Oh, gosh, he was armed when it happened. And now he's a registered sex offender, so I'm so glad that he was around the kids who starred in Moonlight, who are 2 rows behind him.
Well, I mean, this is appropriate that he should be at the Oscars where they celebrate sex offenders like Roman Polanski. So I just add Gary right to it.
Well, he is from South Shore, Chicago. He met his fiancée while he was in prison. He said he's found religion, and his family's very proud of him because he has turned his life around.
Change is possible. It's a sad thing to be in prison for 20 years and not be able to be a dad, granddad to your children. You know what my son told me today, man? And I almost come to you. He said he's proud of me. So to hear your children say that they're proud of you means the world to me.
Okay, well, if it's a true redemption story, then it is. But
yep, and we wish him well. They didn't.
Yeah, okay. How about Sweden?
Oh yeah, so Sweden, they need to beef up the population. Hey-oh, if you know what I mean. And they want.
No.
You made me do this. No, and they want.
Your home country, your motherland.
Yeah, and they want to pay employees to stay home and have sex with their partner. So they want them to have paid time off of work during the day in order to procreate.
Yeah.
To beef up the population. You have more details, right?
Also, the government noted that sex is a great form of exercise, and it has documented positive effects on well-being. This is a fascinating sex ed class from your local councilman. We should encourage procreation. I believe that sex is often in short supply. Everyday life is stressful, and the children are at home. So providing this time off in this little town of Övertorneå.
Oh, wow.
How's that? How's my Swedish?
Övertorneå. Okay, but
yeah.
You sing a song, a thing. Then it turns into my Italian.
Yes, the time off it provides couples to have their own time only for each other.
And when the lawmaker
just like
introduced,
the Sybaris does.
When the lawmaker introduced this bill, some council member, they giggled. But it's a problem. You have to bulk up the population, and in order to do that, you have to have couples have sex so they can have the little baby. Don't wake the baby.
And again, the 480 days of paid parental leave that Sweden offers people, that's just not enough alone time with your paramour. So you gotta add a little bit more to it. Maybe they're so lethargic from all the time off from work because of the welfare state, they don't have the energy to do anything, even exercise in the bedroom, if you know what I mean.
Hear President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress tonight at 8. Then listen to Dan and Amy tomorrow morning starting at 5 for analysis and your reaction right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Have you ever thought you'd like to buy and sell houses but didn't know how or where to begin? Do you fear your job is in jeopardy, or is your business income reduction keeping you awake at night? We're in the best time in 25 years to make a fortune in real estate without using your money or credit. My name is Ron LeGrand, and I've taught 500,000 people to do just that and personally bought hundreds of houses myself. If you'll call 800-591-5320, 24 hours, and leave your information, I'll send you the first 500 callers